Were you able to join everyone? As evidence, to write the manuscript, to have an informed clinical decision, that's good. To write thesis, an overview of the topic, to get an idea of topic, an overview of the topic. You can also repeat some of the words already stated in the screen. So the word or the phrase itself will get bigger to get an idea. Okay. Get the action study. Okay. So most answer will be correct. So we read review papers, especially students, before you even begin your study to get an overview of what's happening in the field. And that would guide your studies and to help you to craft your thesis. For researcher, we read the review papers to get an idea of the direction of the field, to get an idea for our next research, and also to get informed clinicians, informed consensus of clinical decisions. Okay, so all of these are correct. So next, write out a word or phrase to describe why would you write a review paper. Just as why will you read a review papers? Now, why will you write a review papers? That's basically asking you why are you here learning to write a review papers to contribute to the field, okay? Publication requirement is very frank and it's very, how do I say? It's very direct. It's not wrong. Sharing your experience, sharing knowledge, PhD requirements. Challenge your understanding of the field, that's correct. There's no grants or derived papers to fulfill KPI. That's frank, that's very correct as well. Get citations to boost our hash index, correct. Get evidence, combine latest finding, mostly publication requirement of your institutions or employers. So looking at the answer given, all of them are not wrong. For students, you probably have to write review papers to challenge your understanding of the field. Okay, so you read a bunch of papers. Now you want to combine your understanding and send it out to see whether the reviewers or the expert in the field acknowledge your understanding of the field. That's correct. That's even true for students or even for researchers like us. And also students, you have to fulfill the publication KPI of your degree. So for UCAM, the master research minimum requirement for publications in order for students to graduate is 1 papers, for PhD students 2 papers, and well, you can't get your result out before you get the result, right? So that's why students start by writing the review papers. For researcher, we are catching up with our KPI, 4 papers a year from UCAM. So and we can't write that many research article within 1 year because we have to wait for the result to come out first. So sometimes we have to write review papers to fill our KPIs. Again, sometimes we want to write review papers of all the previous work that we have done to summarize it and to present it in a more comprehensive overview to the readers so that you're contributing to the understanding of the field. Before you embark on new field as well, you might want to write review papers to challenge your understanding as well. So to explore new scope is correct. To boost our citation, review papers usually, if it's written in a very broad sense, sometimes it can get a lot of citations. All of these are correct. So you all have a basic understanding of what review paper is about. So let's get back to our presentation today. So today we are going to talk about how to write a scoping review. Just more or less about me. I think that has been gracefully introduced by Dr. Wong. We don't repeat it now. So yeah, again, I would like to know about you as a participant. We are 33 today. So I'm going to call your name and just briefly introduce, yourself, your state of origin, level of study, or if you are working as a researcher, institutions, topic of studies, and your favorite hobby. Less than 1 minute for persons. We'll start from, I think we'll start from Amira.
Hello.
Amira, hello.
Hi, good morning. I
Yeah.
hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
My line is not that stable. So my name is Amira Abdurrahman. I am from UITM, Faculty of Medicine, UITM, and I am a lecturer there. The topic of my study, I think the topic of the review paper that we have submitted for this workshop is on long non-coding RNA in cancer, specifically in glioma. And my hobby, would be playing volleyball.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's all about me.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amira. Dr. Ilham?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
I'm Dr. Ilham. I'm a senior lecturer in UITM. I'm actually joining because this time is the first time I'll be a co-supervisor to a PhD student, so I need to know how to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, and our topic of study is actually seatbelt usage among pregnant women.
Okay, that's
And
interesting.
I don't think I have a hobby now.
To occupy my work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ilham. Dr. Muhammad Daniel?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Daniel here.
Yeah.
I'm from UITM Faculty of Medicine as well. I'm a postdoc.
Okay.
And my topic of study is regarding endocrine disrupting chemicals and their effect on metabolic syndrome among Asian population.
Okay. Are you the group working on PPA, BPS?
Yes, same field.
Okay.
Okay, so my favorite hobby is hiking and video gaming.
Okay. Oh, you can still find time for video games?
In between.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Dr. Nur Khadijah?
Assalamualaikum. Hi, I'm Hadijah binti Muhammad Jamil. Nickname is Hadijah. I'm from Perlis, but currently I'm staying in Terengganu. Currently I'm pursuing my study in UKM for PhD. Study topic is about osteoporosis management, and I don't think I have hobby at the moment.
Okay, also too busy for a hobby. I'll try to strike work-life balance now. Next we have Dr. Sharifah.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Sharifah Aisha binti Abdul Halim. You can call me Aisha. I'm from Kuala Lumpur. Currently, I'm a lecturer in UKM, but I'm going for my PhD in USM this September. So basically, I want to do this copy review to embark my new journey in my PhD because it's a new topic and I need to do this copy review for my understanding. So basically, my scoping review regarding the anatomical competency for the integrated preclinical teaching. That's all, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Sharifah. Sharifah is a colleague. Next we have Kairato 9.
Hi, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. I'm Khairatu. I'm one of the lecturer from UITM Faculty of Medicine as well. I'm also now co-supervising a master student, so that's why I need to learn about how to do the scoping review. So the topic of my study is related on traditional and complementary medicine use among our metabolic syndrome patients.
Okay, that's interesting as well. Thank you, Dr. Karatu. Next, we have Malay. I think Malay is on the MRT. Malay, are you there? If not, we can come back to you later because just now I saw you on the MRT. Next, we have yes,
You may not be able to. You may not hear me very well. I'm in transit. Sorry, I'm in transit.
Yeah, okay. Next, we have Mariam.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Mariam Afifah. I'm from UITM Sungai Buloh, Faculty of Medicine. The topic of study is long non-coded RNA ZPAS1 in glycogenesis, the role of long non-coded RNA ZPAS. And my favorite hobby is reading and listening to music.
Okay. Next, we have Muhammad Azman. Azman not free now. Nadia.
Hi and good morning.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Nadia Afifah. You can call me Nadia. My origin is from Sarawak, but currently I live in Kuala Lumpur and work in UKM as a medical lecturer. So now I'm planning to pursue my PhD early next year. Why I joined this scoping review because for my KPI and also because I'm getting sick of being rejected. So I think I need to always relearn. And currently I don't think I have a hobby because very occupied with works KPI.
Okay. Everyone's like that. Next we have Naja.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm actually sharing room with Dr. Nik Munirah.
Okay.
Mute for a while.
Okay.
Okay, right. Okay, my name is Naja. I'm one of the lecturer, also family medicine specialist in UITM, Faculty of Medicine, Sungai Buloh. Well, I'm actually very new to this scoping review. That's why I'm here to learn about the scoping review. And actually, I'm still, trying to find a topic for me to probably after this write a scoping review.
Okay.
And I actually don't have a hobby very specific at the moment.
Okay.
Busy with my 5 children at home.
Okay.
Thank
Taking
you
care of
very
children is a
much.
hobby. Next, since we have Munira in the same room, let's jump to Munira first.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Nik Munira, also from Faculty of Medicine, UITM. So I'm from Selangor. Topic of study, actually I don't have any topic at the moment. I'm really joining to explore what is scoping review all about, because all this while from my masters I've been doing the other type of studies, cross-sectional or this thing. So I really want to know how to do a scoping review. My hobby is probably going outdoors, but then unfortunately we do not have that much time to do at the moment. So okay. That's all from me.
Next we have Najwa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning everyone. My name is Najwa. I'm from University Putra Malaysia. I am a PhD student from Department of Biomedical Sciences. My topic is about insulin resistant and type 2 diabetes mellitus associated with neurodegeneration. Currently, I am doing a bibliometric analysis, but it is also related with the scoping literature review. And my favorite hobby is eating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, Fazila.
Assalamualaikum, good morning. I'm actually Prof. Fazila from GKM, in-house GKM, Faculty of Medicine. I'm medical lecturer and a public health physician. I'm from Seremban, currently staying in Bangi. Level of study, I completed my PhD, and so I'm supervising masters and PhD students. My subspecialization is into non-communicable disease. I'm more familiar to systematic review and meta-analysis, not so familiar about scoping review, so I need to learn from the expert. And my favorite hobby is watching TV.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hafiza. Hafiza Kari.
Yeah. Hi, morning. Dengar ke?
Yeah, can hear you.
Alright, okay. Morning, good morning. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. My name is Hafiza. I am from Selangor, and I'm currently working as a research assistant at Faculty of Science, Kesihatan, Faculty of Health Science, UKM. The reason I joined this scoping review is because I am planning to do some sort of, I never done scoping review paper, so I'm planning to do one for my current project, and in the future I'll be joining, I'm going to pursue my study in PhD, so this is going to be very important for me as well, because I'll be part of Prof. Fazilah team.
Okay.
So, right, so I think, and then my favorite hobby is watching Netflix and
Okay.
documentary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we have Nuraida.
Hi, my name is Raida Laidi and I'm from Selangor. I just complete my degree from UiTM Shah Alam, and I don't have any topic, but I'm planning to further my study.
Okay.
And my favorite hobby is doing arts.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Juliana.
Hi, good morning. I'm Juliana binti Nordin. Can call me Juliana. I'm from UiTM, doctor in public health. Currently doing my study, and then for the topic of study, I'm currently looking into resilient among orang asli, and for this scoping review, specifically I will look into impact of current pandemic to the resilient among orang asli. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, interesting as well. Next, we have Rabiato.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I'm Roberto, postdoc from Situng Faculty of Medicine UKM. My current project is about biodegradable nesophyte, consists of gelatin and carrageenan. Favorite hobby is watching K-drama.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Rafida. Rafida, HOD somewhere.
Yeah, okay. Hi, good morning. Yeah, I'm Rafida Hood. I'm from University Putra Malaysia, UPM. So I'm a medical lecturer teaching physiology. I'm also a medical educationist. So currently my study is around EDC, endocrine disrupting chemicals. So I think Dr. Daniel from UiTM is also working on EDC. I have not decided yet topic of study for this scoping review, something maybe on medical education or my EDC. So I have not decided yet. So I'm also working currently on a systematic review, EDC and thyroid cancers, but I've not tried any scoping review yet. So quite eager to learn. Thank you, Dr. Chen.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Raihana.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Good morning to everybody. My name is Siti Raihana Shafi'i. I'm staying in Nilai, Negeri Sembilan, but working in UPM, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. Currently, I am actually doesn't have any specific topic of study, but looking forward to do something related with functional foods and also metabolic syndrome. My favorite hobby is cafe hopping. I actually love doing my coffee, brewing my coffee myself.
Oh, a barista.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Rosita Ibrahim.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, wait. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. My name is Rosita Ibrahim. Actually, I am from Department of Community Health in here in Faculty of Medicine UKM.
Okay.
I'm from Negeri Sembilan. Okay, my niche area is hospital management, health financing, and public health. And I like to join this workshop because my just for my knowledge lah. And my hobby is cooking.
Okay, thank you. Rosaini, Abdullah.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Good morning. I'm
Morning.
from UPM. I have PhD in toxicology, and my topic of study of interest is actually involved in natural genotoxic and carcinogenic chemical. And my favorite hobby is actually organize. I would like to have a group exercise, and actually I'm organizer for the fitness program in my faculty.
That's very nice of you. Thank you. Next, we have Sharifa. Sharifa Alia.
Hi, good morning, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So my name is Sharifa Alia Diana. You can call me Alia. So I am from Johor, and currently I am doing Master Science of Medicine in Faculty of Medicine, UiTM Sungai Buloh. And for my master, the topic of my study is I am developing a multiplex PCR for detection of viruses causing encephalitis. And my favorite hobby is watching movies. Thank you, doctor.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Siti. Just Siti. The Siti and Siti Saleha the same person?
I'm not sure that one.
Okay. But since Siti is not speaking yet, let's go to the other Siti first.
Alright, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. My name is Saleha Masudin. You can call me Saleha. I'm from Semenit. Okay, so currently I'm lecturer in UPM. My topics are related in the alternative medicine in DPH. And for this scoping review, I never done any scoping review paper, so I want to learn how to do it. Okay, and my hobby is sewing, but currently I don't have much time to do it at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Siti, are you there? Siti, just Siti. Maybe she's not there yet. Let's go to Shaharatul.
Good morning and Assalamualaikum everyone. I am Shaharatul, a Doctor of Public Health student from Faculty of Medicine, UiTM. Currently, I'm doing a research on M-Health workplace intervention for smoking cessation.
Okay.
And I love gardening if I have free time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yamuna. Next, Yamuna.
Hi, good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
My name is Yamuna. I'm a master's student in Faculty of Health Science in UKM. My study topic is on cognitive frailty. My favorite hobby is watching movie and window shopping.
Okay, who is your supervisor?
Professor Devinder.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Okay, next we have Shaharatu. Or have we done Shaharatu?
I think I have.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Too many people. Next we have Yong Pui Teng. Yong, are you there? We'll come back to you later. Zatil, Zahida.
Hi, good morning, Prof. And everyone. So my name is Zatil Zahida. You can call me Zatil. So I'm from Selangor. Currently, I'm in my second year of doctorate in public health, UiTM Sungai Buloh. My topic of study is actually regarding tuberculosis patient, lost to follow up in tuberculosis patient, but specifically for a smoker. My hobby currently maybe food hunting, trying out new foods.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's very nice. Did I miss out anyone? Is there anyone that haven't had a chance to speak out? I hope that you can, this will serve as a platform for everyone to interact as well, to find friends, common interests in research and things like that. Yes, Cynthia, you can speak. Oh, there's a very loud echo.
Hello?
Hello, yes, yeah. Hello, Titi.
I'm still having
Oh, there's a very, very loud echo. I can't hear you. You're opening a speaker at both sides, I guess. That's why there's loud echo. We'll come back to you, City. Okay. While we're adjusting your volume. Are you here already? Yeah, City. Yeah, City, can you speak? Try to speak. Not yet. Yes, yeah, we can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, I'm Siti Hawa from Nodi. I'm still Nodi from Unisa Terengganu.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. I'm obtained PhD in UKM from Pharmacology department last year. Probably the teaching.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You are that City, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I registered this Zoom quite a long time ago. Just take my CP. So I have no specific topic at this moment, but interested to learn from review from a person who is very has high reputation in publication. So, of course, from you, and apart from collecting CPD points lah. That's good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, nice to meet you again. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our real topic of today. I hope you have found some friends here in common topic of research interests and can keep in touch after this workshop. So first thing, before we do everything, I think it's very important for you to have a clear idea why our publication is important to you. Okay, so usually, as I said just now, a publication process or writing process is full of sweat and tears, sacrifice of free time to write, and it's full of stress. Okay, being rejected multiple times, as somebody has said, and also sometimes we come out with publication fees and things like that that put a lot of stress on us. So why are you publishing? Why are you publishing? Why do you have to write? Is it to achieve your KPI? Is it to communicate science to the community? And to the scientific, your scientific colleague, and to advance knowledge or to leave a legacy? I mean, any of the goal would be, how do I say, is valid. Each goal or any of the goal is valid, but you have to hold the goal until the end so that you have the motivation drive you to continue to publish and to write. For me, publications is a way of me writing a publication is a way for me to learn about a subject, because as you read, you want to write as well. After you write, you want to send out for verifications by expert to validate that whether your understanding on the topic is correct or not. And it is a way to help my students also to achieve their KPI, and it's very important for their career progression because it's very hard. I think the academic market is saturated, and it's very hard to, how do I say, to find a job out there without a valid, solid publication record. And that at the same time, I'm helping me and also my department's KPI. The I is missing, I don't know why. Okay, so these are my motivations to write and publish. So what are your goals in terms of writing publications that you have to think about it? Okay. So introduction to review. First, what is review? Review is not merely a summary of lectures. Most students misunderstand or mistake review as summary of lecture. While it can be a summary, because sometimes reviews serve as historical context for a field, it tell you how a field emerges and what's latest progressions. Review also put out opinions on future trajectory of the field. How would the field evolve in the future? And it can serve as inspiration of one's own research. After readers read your review, it could inspire that readers to craft out his own research. And it can serve as some practice in writing. So what are the important characteristics of a review? It enhances comprehension of discipline for the readers. It is a product of one unique informed perspective, and this is what is usually lacking in terms of review writing for students or even for researchers sometimes. And it employs a different method in literature search. Okay, so in picking the article for your review article, in picking the article to be included in your review, it has to employ a different methods. It's not just cherry picking. So some of the major type of review for more of the researcher out there or more senior lecturer out there, you must be very familiar with this type of review, but this is just for the informations of the newcomers in the field. So first we have narrative review, which is a comprehensive background of the research field, which highlight the significant new research, identify research gap and inconsistency knowledge. But narrative review is without methods sections. So the narrative review will not tell you the specific criteria of article conclusions, and it may have certain potential biases. Narrative review is best crafted by experts in the field, so that people believe in the article that's picked by the expert. But it's not to say that as a beginner we can't write review articles. This review article is, I think it's one of my first review, okay, written during my PhD years, and it's also served as one of my review that's been cited at multiple times, 170 times. So yeah, this is my first review of my first master students, and if you have interest in crafting a narrative review, I would say it is best for you to go fundamental, to go very fundamental to increase your chance of being cited. Okay. Next, we have systematic review. Some of you may have a chance or the opportunity to write a systematic review before. It serves to provide complete list of studies available, and you have to identify, critically evaluated, and synthesize all literatures. The components of critically evaluations is quite important in systematic review because you only want the best literature to be included in the review. So in crafting a systematic review, you have to announce or indicate the time frame of search, method to search, evaluate, and synthesize finding in the research field. All of these have to be determined before you can begin your literature search. The steps involved in systematic review include formulating research questions, set inclusion and exclusion criteria, select and access literature, assess the quality of literature, and it's very important. Without this, your systematic review probably will downgrade to a scoping review. Analyze, synthesize, and disseminate the findings. So this is an example of systematic review, whereby some essential components involve a Prisma flowchart that detail the process of literature search, the quality assessment components of your study review, which is very important, and the evidence table that summarize the finding of the literature search. Sorry, the finding of the literature included in your studies. Usually after systematic review, people proceed with meta-analysis. It involves statistical analysis in order to integrate findings of all relevant studies and enhance understanding. It will help you detect patterns and relationship between findings, and it involves the use of certain software such as Review Manager in order for you to incorporate all the statistics. And in the hierarchy of evidence, meta-analysis usually serves as the highest level of evidence existing out there on the field. So meta-analysis involves all the studies, all the elements in systematic review, plus the progress plot to summarize the overall effect of the studies. Okay. And then we have meta-synthesis, which is a non-statistical technique to synthesize, evaluate, interpret findings from multiple qualitative studies. So in quantitative studies, we have meta-analysis to summarize the findings, but for social sciences or qualitative studies, they have meta-synthesis to identify their common core themes, core elements, and also themes in the qualitative studies, and transforming individual findings into a new conceptualizations, interpretations. But frankly speaking, I'm not a qualitative person, so I'm not the best person to discuss about meta-synthesis actually. So this is the, how do I say, the example of a meta-synthesis article. Okay, that would involve the use of software such as NVivo or Atlas TI to highlight the share common cause elements and also themes in each of the articles, so that you can generate, you can summarize the core elements and themes in your meta synthesis. So what is scoping review then? Okay, scoping review is a derivative of systematic review. Okay, because in the systematic review, you only sought for the best evidence to come up with a valid answer or research questions. But what is scoping review? Scoping review, the function is actually to map key concept in research area, the main source and entire evidence. It synthesizes and analyzes a wide variety of evidence from a wide range of materials to provide clarity about specific topic, and to map evidence produced from heterogeneous sources rather than just seeking only the best evidence, which the systematic review do to answer research questions. So in simpler terms, scoping review map what has been done regardless of study design or study type and regardless of the depth of investigations. Okay, scoping review is window shopping. Okay, some of you said that window shopping is your hobby. So scoping review is basically window shopping to see what has been done, what's out there, regardless of study type, study design, and depth of investigations. And it sounds a lot like chapter 2 in the thesis. So in my personal opinion, I think postgraduate students should do scoping review because it is a way to explore a new field, and especially when there's not much evidence out there, not much direct evidence, I would say, out there. And it helps you to identify research gap to be bridged, and it's less hassle because critical appraisal is optional in scoping review. You don't really have to do a critical appraisal. So what's the difference between scoping review and systematic review? In terms of nature, the nature of review, scoping review is exploratory. You just want to find what's out there. But systematic review, you want to answer questions. You want to answer research questions. The research questions for scoping review usually is very broad, and systematic review is very narrow, or else very hard for you to find studies of natural studies with natural study design, common study designs. Scoping review manpower sometimes is, I will suggest more than one. And then systematic review, of course, you can't do it with one people. Okay, you need more than one people. Quality appraisal is not necessary for scoping review, but it's a compulsory element for systematic review because you want on the best evidence out there. Okay. Type of study that should be included in scoping review, there's no restriction. Sometimes people even include reviews in their scoping review, but it's not recommended by our group, but you can. Okay, but for systematic review, usually we prefer human studies. Okay, you answer the question that's very relevant to clinical questions. It could be observational, interventional, but scoping review, you can include animal study, subculture study, any study type. The shared similarity between scoping review and systematic review, both need a valid research questions, both need a search protocol, evidence table, and you need to provide insight into your data. You need to synthesize your data or the studies you identify from literature and provide your own personal insight into the studies that you have found. Okay. And we do have a standard guideline for scoping review out there, just as a systematic review where you have a PRISMA guideline. This PRISMA also come out with a document summarizing the guideline for scoping review. Okay, so you can go to this website, okay, and download the checklist for your scoping review. And usually, if you're crafting a scoping review, I suggest that you fill out the fillable checklist which is available here as a Word, and submit as a supplementary materials with your scoping review to prove that you are actually following the scoping review protocol as indicated in the PRISMA guideline. Okay. So before we advance to the step in scoping review, anyone have any questions? We're trying to make these sessions a bit interactive. If you have any questions, you can type in the chat, or you can just unmute yourself, stop me, and ask questions. So before we move on to the step in scoping review, do you have any questions? Anyone? Maybe you see blur, but if you can think of any questions, you are free to type in the chat. I will find time to answer your question in the chat. Okay. If you have not, we are advanced to steps in scoping review. So
Dr.
this,
Chin,
yes.
sorry, I have one question. It's a basic question. What is the differences between scoping and narrative again?
So narrative review, you do not have to declare a search protocol. You do not have methodology sections in your narrative review. Yeah, but scoping review, it is compulsory for you to declare how you search, what are the databases you use, what are the criteria for inclusion and exclusion articles, which is very similar to systematic review. Okay.
Okay, noted.
Yeah. So I think that the most people will have the question, what is the difference between scoping review and systematic review? And that I have answered in my slide actually. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chin. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Doctor.
Yes.
Literally, why is it known as scoping?
Scoping is actually to scope what is out there. Just to scope what is out there. Just to, how do I say? To get an overview, what are the type of studies available? What are the studies that's been conducted on a certain research topic?
Okay,
you may not come up with you may not be able to answer the research questions that's put forward at the beginning, but you want to know what has been done on the topic. Okay, but for systematic review, yes, you put out questions and you have to answer your questions at the end of your review. And you select the best quality evidence to answer your questions. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Yes.
Prof,
yeah.
For the three things that is wajib for systematic review just now, sorry, I blinked and actually lost number one. Number one is, again, Prof, the flow is called
Prisma flow chart. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Prisma flow chart, a quality assessments, and evidence table. So some of the systematic review out there do not have the quality assessment actually. If you look at some of the systematic review published rampantly nowadays, you do not have quality assessments. And that actually sort of disqualify the review as a systematic. It is called systematic, but it's not really systematic because you do not know the quality of the studies that's being included. Okay. So if there's no questions, we'll go on to the step involving in scoping review. These are the 7 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, 6 steps that's been outlined. Okay. So first you have to identify research questions, identify relevant studies, select the studies, chart the studies, collect, summarize, and report the studies, synthesize the findings. And lastly is consultations, but it's optional. Oh, what's that? Okay. So first we look at identify the research questions. So just like your research article, you actually need good research questions in order for you to write a scoping review. Okay. So how do you frame your research questions? Things you need to consider in framing research questions. Of course, you are from various field in medicines or health sciences. I can't help to form the question for you, but you have to think of the question yourself. But when thinking the questions, research questions to write, consider the following: the scope of the studies, the scope of the review, how wide or how deep you want to explore. Okay, my advice for students or even for researchers as well, you want your research scope or the research question to refrain broad, okay, because it's scoping review, but not too broad because you have limited time and manpower. Okay, for students especially, if you can't finish your review in 3 months' time, I think you get very frustrated and eventually you abandon review. Okay, so frame a research question that is broad but not too broad. Okay, consider time and manpower that you have. And a well-defined research question will actually facilitate your research and structure of your manuscript later, review manuscript later. So given this example, just look at this example. I don't know how to remove this slash up. If anyone know how to remove that slash, please tell me. Consider these few research questions. What are the health beneficial effects of vitamin E? What are the effects of vitamin E on musculoskeletal system? What are the effects of vitamin E on bone? What are the effects of tocotrienol on bone? Tocotrienol is just a subset of vitamin E. What is your impressions on these 4 research questions? Anyone want to volunteer to speak up? What's your impression of these 4 research questions?
You start off with a very broad question and then you narrow it down smaller and smaller and smaller.
You are correct. So it's the funnel. You can see this funnel from top is very broad. How beneficial effect of vitamin E? You are talking about everything. All the effect of vitamin E on communicable and non-communicable diseases. Next, we narrow down on just on the musculoskeletal systems, and then no musculoskeletal system has joint, bone, and muscle. Next, we narrow down it on just the bone, and then finally we narrow down it to just one type of vitamin E. Okay, so all these 4 research questions are all valid. All of them can be written into a scoping or systematic review. But my question is how much time or effort you are willing to put to each of the research questions. Because just by looking at the first one, you know there will be 100 articles you have to include. And then it will be smaller in the next one, smaller in the next one, and then smallest in the 4th research questions. And our group have actually written the first one and also the last one. Actually, we have written almost all 4. But just to illustrate to you the scope and the amount of manpower and time you have to put into each questions. The first review article, potential role of tocotrienol non-communicable diseases review current evidence. That review is 81 pages. It took the whole department and my students to write it, and took almost 1 year to complete it because of the coordinations and everything. And look at the second question, the role of tocotrienol in preventing male osteoporosis. A very narrow question. 20 pages. I almost did most of the work and took about 1 to 2 months to complete it because it's a topic of my field. Okay. So if you are students, working on a PhD title, working on review for this as well, trying to very hard to achieve a KPI, of course, you go for a narrow topic. It's not to say that the first topic, the broadest topic, is not worthy. Broad topic can actually bait a lot of citations. Okay, broad topic usually bait a lot of citations, but whether you have manpower and time to put it or not. If you are aiming to just generate a review for KPI for to grad, you go for a smaller topic, which is within your reach. Not too many references that you have to evaluate, and then you can complete within 2-3 months time. Okay, that will be good for a student. And your main research questions usually can be broken down into small research questions, which will help you to structure a review. So, for example, in this article, review on performance of osteoporosis self-assessment tool for agents in determining osteoporosis risk and fracture risk. My main research questions for this review article is actually what is the performance of OSTA, that tool, okay, osteoporosis self-assessment tool, in predicting osteoporosis and fracture. But as we read on, we realize that this research question can be broken down into smaller research questions. For example, what is performance of OSTA among premenopausal women, among postmenopausal women, and among men? So all these sub-research questions eventually become the subheading of my review article. And eventually, the other, how do I say, big sub-research questions that I want to explore is, can OSTA perform better than the other osteoporosis predicting tool, which has been explored in other studies that I've read. And that become another subtopic of my review article as well. I have one question here. Will you share how you organize a subtopic in your research group in completing? Would you share how you organize a subtopic each in your research group in completing the writing process? Not really sure the, how do I say, the real question, but Najwa, if you want to speak out.
Okay, Doctor. Actually, as a student, I have some boundaries about how to organize the subtopic for the literature review or to make it publishable, because it's actually like a community, in a community, I mean the research group. So is it do we need to delegate each of the topic to make it a systematic review or the scoping review?
I will say that it is hard to answer that question directly, because all the subtopic will be generated after you have gone through a literature. If you have not gone through literature, you do not know what subtopic to write, because you are not sure what is out there. Unless you have a very good knowledge about that field, and you know a bit about this field, and then you have a prefixed subtopic you want to generate. That is okay. Then you can come up with a subtopic in beforehand. For example, let's say if I were to craft this review on OSTA, the performance of OSTA, and I know that OSTA has been tested in premenopausal women, postmenopausal women, and men, I probably have my subtopic ready, meaning that I know OSTA can be used in premenopausal women, postmenopausal women, and men. So these are things I'm looking out for when I'm reading, and you can delegate each subtopic to your team member as well.
I see. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
If you have no idea, maybe then you have to read through the literature first, and then in the process of reading, generate your own subtopic.
Okay. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Okay. So again, you do not, as I said, you do not develop research question overnight. They come through readings. Okay, they actually come through readings. And again, this is a very generating research question. It's a very dynamic process. It changes with your initial literature search, with your initial reading, and from number of sources that you can identify from your literature search. For example, this is one of my very first, very early review. Okay, can soil prevent osteoporosis? But how do I arrive at this research question? I actually put the research question as the title. So actually, the very initial thought when I want to write about soil and osteoporosis, my first research question is actually, can soil consumption prevent osteoporosis? And I go on to search, okay, soil and also osteoporosis. And I found that there's simply too many references. There are too many references out there on this topic, thousand references. And it's not workable within even the time limit of my study and things like that. It's not workable, because I want to do my real study rather than just spend all my time writing a scoping and simply review. So I narrowed down a bit instead of talking about just osteoporosis in general, can I talk about bone remodeling? Can I do a review on soil consumptions and bone remodeling? And I did a search again. I found that there are too many reviews being written about the effect of soil and bone remodeling. There's been too much review written about that, and some of the review has been published recently, so it's not worthy of writing it again. Okay, I may not be able to offer anything unique from those reviews that's been published. So I narrowed down my how do I say, my research question again. Can soil consumptions prevent male osteoporosis? Because soy is a phytoestrogen, so people often link it with women health and women bone health especially. But can't soy consumption prevent male osteoporosis? This is a very interesting question. It's worthy to be answered. And I look at the evidence again, and I think that just 20 over references that I had to really read, criticize, and evaluate. So that's workable within time limit of maybe 3 months, and I can write myself. So it is manageable. So next I zoom in this topic and complete the review. So you don't, maybe your research question would not be generated overnight. You don't have to fix your research question overnight and stick through it, okay? It is a dynamic process. You can change after you screen, your first screen, you think that it's not workable, it's too many references, you can change it, narrow down it a bit. Because, well, again, I said, it is good to have a broad topic, okay? That would bring a lot of citations, but again, you might not have energy and time to work it through. So you have to frame a reasonable questions so that you can work it out within a certain limit of time. Okay. So now, if you are ready, anyone volunteer to present his research questions? Any one of you want to, how do I say, tell me your research questions? You might have one question already in mind, especially those who are, who are prepared to join the next sessions. I'm just going to exit to full screen mode. Actually, no, I want to reset full screen.
Prof,
yeah.
I would like to ask a question on how we frame the research question.
Yes.
From your question, when I saw the ones that you presented,
yeah,
most of it is like what.
Yeah.
So is it okay if we form the research question is this safe or not, or is it, or you should start with what juga?
No, actually the research questions, you can use all the a W word, what, how, what, no, of course not when, where lah. It's not wordy. What and how, that is okay. Is something safe, is something how do I say? Actually, this, if you look at this, this research question, although it's framed as what is the performance or star, it can be easily framed into is can or star predict osteoporosis and fracture. Yeah, so that's actually not a big issues.
Okay then.
Thank you. But we can, if any one of you have a certain research question you want to put forward, please do share, and then we can, how do I say, improve your research question on the spot.
Doctor, I volunteer, but mine is still not okay. But
you can, you can type it. Actually, you can type it in the chat.
Okay.
Or just copy here.
Okay.
Yeah. Any one of you who are willing to share, just type your research question in the chat. And we'll put it here to see whether we can improve your research questions. Whether it's broad, whether it's too narrow, too broad. This is a, how do I say, not to say flip class, right? I don't know. Not really medical educations. Yeah, but I want the session to be interactive. Just be there to share whatever is in your mind, questions or comments, or your ideas. We have some coming in. Okay, why can't I? Why I cannot copy from there? How effect? So how effective is school-based program for quick smoking awareness among adolescents? In terms of research topic, I think it's quite narrow. It's it's quite workable, I would say, for Dr. Nick Mulira, right? It's quite workable.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's quite workable. But you are just talking about awareness, is it?
Yes, and its effectiveness. So does that mean when I look for the literature, we focus on all studies that is assessing the effectiveness, is it? Or it can actually, because yeah, usually effectiveness is more of like looking at trials and interventions, right?
Yeah, usually because you talk about awareness, instead of the effectiveness of the program to make the adolescents quit smoking, you are talking about programs that raise the awareness of quit smoking among adolescents. Okay, that's if that's what you are looking for, I'm sure it is workable. Just to increase awareness, right? Not how effective it can make them to quit smoke, right? Okay, that's workable. Yeah, but just later on, you have to define what is adolescence. You have to have a very clear definition what is adolescence. What's the range of what is the range group? What's the range of people, age group of people that you want to include in your review later?
Okay, all right.
Just found that I can't actually copy paste the chat, is it? No, I can't. Next one from Sharifah.
Okay, I have tried to search this one, but my problem, I think the problem is because if I'm just mentioned anatomy core competency is very broad. I have to narrow it down. Macam contohnya, core competency can be cognitive competency, psychomotor, and affective competency. So I have difficulty to do the searching.
It depends on how broad you want to go, because if you want to go comprehensive, maybe you have to do all, you have to include all the competency. Because I'm not an expert in the field, so I'm not sure what is the meaning of anatomy core competency.
So, core competency basically
for anatomy.
So basically, what are the important core competency to? That's the problem, because if you search core competency, you cannot find the answer.
Yeah, there's something quite blurry if you can't determine the if you yourself cannot determine what exactly are you searching for, then it'll be a very difficult for you to search and define define your scope later.
That means I have to change a bit on that lah, kan?
You have to be very clear in terms of research questions. What are you? How do I say? What do you mean by anatomy core competency? Is there any medical educationists here who would like to help?
Macam as far as I know kan, when kita buat curriculum, there is every subject dia ada cognitive, psychomotor and affective.
Yeah.
So basically we are going to find what are that competencies in the anatomy. In terms of cognitive, what is the important knowledge that they have to know for cognitive competency
In
for
anatomy,
psychomotor?
anatomy discipline.
Yes. Macam itulah. So I think I have difficulty to do this.
And then the outcome is safe clinical practice.
Yeah, that is the yeah.
I think we have an idea here. Just that each of the core concept you have to be very clear. How would because basically I wouldn't know how would anatomy core competency translate into safe clinical practice. How do you measure safe clinical practice? Later, yeah.
How are we going to measure? Basically, when the medical graduate, okay, for example, I give you example.
There's something just don't have to find the answer now.
Okay.
But something you have to think about and define, because it might be related to the word you're going to use in searching later. For example, the few concept anatomy is one of the search term later. Core competency with all the domain will be in the search term later. And safe clinical practice, how would this word appear in the article you're searching for later? Or it will be some other words, some of the parameters that you'll be encounter in the articles.
I will think about it.
Okay, just think about it. Next is quite interesting. Is seatbelt usage safe and recommended in pregnancy? There are two parts. There are actually two parts in this research questions. Recommendation is from authority, and I have seen people doing scoping review of recommendations by authority. They sought all the official announcements or public announcement or papers or policy papers of the authority and see whether certain things is being recommended or not.
All right.
Yeah, is that what you want to do, or you just want to look at is seatbelt safe for pregnant ladies?
Yeah, because the main topic is actually on the generally the seatbelt usage in pregnant mothers.
Yeah.
So after that, when we go down for the scoping, we are looking either at safety or recommendation. I agree that there are two things that safe.
Yeah, there are
and
two things.
recommendation.
Yeah, whether you want to do both things in one review. I mean, it could be in your thesis. The thesis can be very broad, but whether you want to cover both things in your review.
All right, so
Yeah.
it's recommended to concentrate on one so that we can focus. Is it on safety
Focus,
or on recommendation?
because the search protocol will be different from these two research questions. Is seatbelt safe for pregnant women?
All right.
The things you want to search is different completely from is seatbelt usage recommended in pregnant women. The thing you want to search is completely different. For the first one, maybe you are looking at article studying what is the car accident outcome for pregnant women with or without wearing seatbelt. Yeah, for your first questions. For second questions, you are looking at the authority recommendations.
All right.
Yeah, in about sleep usage among pregnant women. And the items, the resources you want to search and evaluate could be different as well.
All right.
Yeah, that's just my, again, I'm not person in the field, but what I see is like that lah.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
So it's something for you to consider.
All right. Can do two lah makna dia, Prof.
Actually, can do you can do two if you want to. Yeah, you can do two. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So next is what is the role of ZFAS1 in gliomagenesis, sorry, gliomagenesis. So I assume ZFAS1 is gene, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
It's a long non-coding RNA.
Okay. So this is very simple and straightforward. I think you can just do it, and you have to go very broad lah, either from cell culture studies, from animal studies, and also from, you can also and human study as well. You can even go down to how do I say bioinformatics studies.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your suggestion on the bioinformatics study, Dr.
Maybe there are, how do I say? No, there are people who actually dig out the data set from the gene expression data set, microRNA data set from other people studies, and then analyze whether this one is one of the factors in gliomagenesis, something like that, right? It doesn't involve any cells or living subject or animals, but then they are just digging out the data set from other people.
That's a good suggestion.
Other kind.
Ada.
Okay. So these are some of the studies that could be included into your scoping review. Data set studies, cell, and also animals, and also human clinical sample. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Rafida, what is EDC? Oh, okay.
Endocrine disrupting chemicals.
Yeah. Tiba-tiba lupa. You want to go very broad?
Yeah, I think after I dah tulis ni, I think it's too broad kayaknya.
Yeah, because it will be very difficult for you to, because when you type EDC into the search engine, people might not put EDC in their title abstract. They'll put the compound itself, like BPA, BPS, and other things lah. So I actually tried. I tried to write this title on bone. Yeah, EDC compound on bone. And I find thousands of studies, and I try to categorize it. I cannot finish categorizing it. So in the end, I picked BPA, and BPS out. Yeah. I try to narrow down just on BPA and BPS. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Because EDC is too broad, like not all the endocrine things, the plastic thing, and the how do I say, the pesticide, also some of the EDC. Yeah, that's too it's a bit broad. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So maybe want to just narrow down a bit.
Specify a certain compound or probably the group of compounds.
Yeah, the group of compounds, that will be good. And within the group, if you have let's say limited number of compounds, maybe you can later in your search you have to type out all the compounds. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
You will usually search your articles on the title, or you put in all title, abstract, keywords, everything.
Title, keyword, abstract, there will be enough. Or else if you put all, it's really too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Mariam one will be similar, so I won't type it here. Pizza one, total pizza one, how air pollution affect burden of disease in Malaysia. I haven't searched this title, total visa, but then there are two possible scenarios. You will get very little because you limit it to Malaysia. you might get very little because in Malaysia per se. You might also get many because disease is just disease. It's not just respiratory or CVS, it's just disease. So you have to include every disease. So yeah. I think you have to search a bit first. Let's say there's a lot. Let's say if you search air pollutions, because disease, you can come up with this. Air pollutions and health in Malaysia, you get a lot. Maybe you want to specify down to a certain disease. Yeah, you want to keep it in Malaysia. If you throw away the word Malaysia, you will get a lot of studies, but you have to focus on certain disease. Yeah.
I think as we were discussing with the other participants.
Yeah, but actually I can't hear you. Actually, I can't hear your voice. Yeah, so I can't hear what you're saying.
So I am actually have narrowed down a bit on certain pollutants and also focusing more on non-communicable diseases. So yes, yeah, you are right because that my research question, the air pollution effect on burden of disease is very broad.
Yeah.
When focusing on Malaysia itself, because air pollution itself, there's a few sources. There's ambient air pollution, there's the household air pollution. So
yeah,
thank you for the advice.
You can look at. Actually, I want to show you one thing. You can just stop sharing a bit.
Okay.
We write down this. We wrote this article before this. My postdoc wrote that. Particular air pollution and also growth. So we are focusing on particular matters like PM 2.5, PM 1, PM 10, something like that, on the osteoporosis. And we realized that even with this title, we can't cover many things because air pollutions, we have to specify particular air pollutions because we are not covering gases. Yeah. But it's understand that we can't cover everything, so we can acknowledge the limitation later in our article.
Sorry, come again, Doctor?
Because air pollution itself is a huge topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cover PM and also cover gases, cover other things as well. So I think you have to read through first and then decide where you want to limit yourself in. Yeah. Is it under the term air pollution? Is it under the term diseases? Or is it under the term geographical regions that you want to cover?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Where are we just now? Alzheimer.
Prof, I'll reframe the question. I sent another one, how to induce Alzheimer's disease using different zebrafish models. So
okay.
I think that one is better. It will be broader. So how to induce Alzheimer's disease using different zebrafish models.
Okay, how actually your research question is what are the Alzheimer models out there in zebrafish? Yeah.
Okay.
Something like this lah. It is very broad. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with zebrafish research. Frankly, I'm not very familiar with zebrafish research. I know people use rhododone, a pesticide in inducing that in zebrafish. I'm not sure about genetic models as well. It can be very broad. Usually for this title, Malay, right?
Yeah.
I will go for narrative review.
Okay.
Yeah, I will go for narrative.
Okay.
Because when you search, you will see people utilizing this model rather than people establishing this model. You get a lot of papers on people utilizing this model.
Okay.
how they use this model to test certain substances, test pathophysiology and things like that. So it's very heterogeneous in your search result.
But what I'm trying to establish is this.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that some people might use chemicals.
Yeah.
Some might use
genetic.
Bacteria. Some
Yeah.
might use genetic.
Yeah.
So it's better to use narrative.
Yes, because if you use scoping, you get a lot of results, and then if you were to use scoping, you can use scoping, but in your exclusion criteria, you are looking at studies that establish this model rather than studies that use this model to test other substances, to test other compound.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be better. Or else just go for narrative. It'll be easier for your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. But just my opinion. Of course, you can discuss your supervisor later. Okay.
Okay.
So how non-coding RNA affect gliomagenesis? Also, did I wrongly spell something? How non-coding RNAs affect gliomagenesis? Again, Mariam, is it? It is very broad. I don't know how many non-coding RNA are out there, but it is very, very broad. It will be you might get a lot of non-coding RNA.
But
I don't know how much. Yeah.
Can we insert as general knowledge in our scoping review?
If you want to go general, write this topic as narrative review.
What?
If you want to go general, I'm not sure. Have you tried to search this in PubMed or Scopus? Just non-coding RNA and gliomagenesis. How many references will get?
Quite many.
Quite a lot, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because I think this title is too broad. If you were to write this, go narrative.
Oh.
Yeah. Unless you have a certain non-coding RNA like ZFAS1 that you want to target, then it's easier to write. Yeah, if you just want to talk about long non-coding RNA in general, go for narrative. And people won't how do I say? People won't question you, why do you pick this and not pick that, something like that. Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
Next, can dengue fever be cured using natural substances? Dr. Ida, is it? It's quite broad as well. It's quite broad. Can you specify into a certain natural substances like papaya leaf, something like that?
Okay.
Yeah. If you want to target several natural substances, again, maybe you can go for, how do I say, narrative. Yeah. But if you can target a certain natural resources, plant botanical resources, in terms of curing dengue fever, then you can go for systematic, how do I say, scoping.
Okay.
Yeah. Or even systematic.
So that means I should at least pick one or two substances.
Easier for you to work on, I say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Chin, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Regarding the scoping review, how about the journals that we pick? Must it be homogeneous? I mean, do we need to just collect quantitative studies only, or we can mix with quantitative?
Go broad. Go as broad as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, as broad as possible. So let's say next one, Khadija. Yeah? So what are the barriers in social process management? This is something that can go qualitative or quantitative. Okay, because when we talk about KAP in terms of osteoporosis, barriers in osteoporosis management, right? So I'm sure some of the data are collected through interviews, and then some of the data could be collected through standardized questionnaire. And you can do both. You can do both. Just that it can be very big as well in its title, because there must be a lot of studies that has been conducted on this topic, osteoporosis management, the barriers. Are we talking about patients or barriers from patient side? Are you talking about barriers from the caregiver, health caregiver side? And there are multiple approaches used, like qualitative and quantitative. This topic could be very big. One thing we can do is that we limit the search frame to latest 10 years, because barriers can be, things like KAP, knowledge, attitude, and also practice can get outdated. If you're looking for studies published decade ago, those knowledge, those information can be outdated. You can limit your search to the latest 10 years. That will limit the size of the literature you can find. Okay.
Okay, but is it possible for a scoping review?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Because I will expect both quantitative and qualitative data in this kind to be included, and scoping actually is the best to use.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Of reason, molecular technique. Detecting virus causing CNS disease. Sharifa Alia, Dr. Sharifa Alia.
Hi, Doctor.
Yeah. No, I'm not familiar with your field. How recent do you want?
For now, the recent molecular technique is multiplex PCR, but there are a lot, not really a lot lah, but there are some of recent molecular technique lah.
Because reason is a very subjective word. So the reasons, something that's reason in Malaysia or to your team, could be outdated for reviewer in foreign country already.
All right.
Yeah, so that term you have to be careful lah. I'm just giving you advice. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the topic. You are the expert. So reason is a dangerous word to be used because it's quite relative. Okay. Molecular technique. It will be challenging later in your designing your search term.
All right.
Because you already know the answer. Because if you put molecular technique in your search term, it may not come out. The article that you desire may not come out because they are not using this word.
Yeah.
And you are actually looking at quantitative PCR, right? Qualitative PCR, right? Yeah. So why my suggestion, I don't know. Why don't you fix your title to qualitative PCR? Performance of qualitative PCR in detecting virus causing CNS diseases.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for the suggestion.
Yeah, so the term will be easier because you are finding an answer. Here, you are finding an answer. What is the molecular technique to be used? But when you search, if you put in qualitative PCR, you put in other things, you are already fixing your answer.
Okay.
Yeah. So why not just do that? Just do that technique.
Okay. Doctor, can I give another research question? But I just speak in here. So another thing is, what are the quantitative performance between multiplex PCR and metagenomic next generation sequencing in detecting viruses causing encephalitis? Is that much more narrow?
It's much more narrow. You have technique
Yeah.
that's been specified. You have
Mhm.
you have a condition that's specified as
Yeah.
well.
Mhm.
But how big is the literature size? I do not know. That you have to search yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. You have
Thank
to
you,
look at.
Doctor. All
Okay.
right.
Higher education students. Dr. Muhammad Azman, what are the predictor of sexual and reproductive health literacy among Malaysia higher education system as higher education students? Have you tried to search this?
Yeah, hi, Prof. Yeah, I already searched. Yeah.
Is it a big pool of literature?
Yeah, quite a number. But because SRH education is more common among the school-aged children, not in higher education. So higher education is considered not
that much.
Yeah, not that much. But there are a few. It's just that the papers confining to specific elements of SRH,
Okay.
like premarital pregnancies,
Okay.
sexual transmitted diseases. It is not as wide and general as the SRH itself. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I think it's a good topic for scoping review because I'm sure that some of them are using questionnaire, some of them are using interview.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
I plan to do the scoping on the SRH itself, literacy among the Malaysian students, because most of the papers are based on they are most of the papers in Malaysia, they are based on school children. And among those higher education students, they are mainly not based in Malaysia. They are outside papers. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean you can modify later based on your search result. As I said, just a dynamic process. You don't have to fix yourself just to Malaysia. If Malaysia is too little, go broad lah. Go broad. And maybe predictors of SRH literacy is something that is related to time. If you review papers that are 20 years old, 10 years old, they may not be very useful. So sometimes you may limit your search to like latest 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Not everything can be limited to latest 10 years. Things are related to perspective, knowledge, attitude. Those are the review titles that can limit their search result to latest 10 years because this thing change.
Yeah.
Education module and things like that. Those things is also very time sensitive. They can change. So you can limit your search to later 10 years. But then biomedical question usually I don't recommend to limit to later 10 years. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, bro.
Okay.
Thanks.
That is a Naja title is very interesting. Yeah. So what are the perspective of male adolescents towards teenage pregnancy?
Yes.
Okay. Again, could be a very good scoping review title as well because the sources could be heterogeneous, both qualitative and quantitative. You might want to define. It's very important to define the age group who are adolescents.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and also teenage pregnancy, teenage pregnancy.
So
Yeah.
you think it's workable, yeah?
I think it's workable. Yeah, I think it's workable. It's a very good scoping review title as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, because judging from the sources lah. Okay. So there are some questions before we move on. There are some questions. So I a bit my last type here, but I'll look at what are the hazards from plant-based supplements in Asia regions. The plant-based supplements, Dr. Rosaini, it's a bit, how do I say? Will be a bit difficult later in defining a search term because the people may not use, you can try to search, but people may not use plant-based supplements in their research title.
Yeah, I agree because there are many
there are many
terms.
but
Yeah.
herbs and
Yeah.
herbs, concoctions, TCM, or traditional medicines. There are a lot of, it's quite, this concept is very heterogeneous. It's still workable, but that concept, when we think of synonyms, we have to be comprehensive enough to cover everything.
Yeah, it has many terms. Yeah, it has many synonyms. I do agree with you.
Yeah.
Because what I'm trying to try to like limit is actually, is it workable if I just focus on in Asia region?
It's workable, but in Asia regions, if let's say if you put the keywords later, I suggest to remove Asia region, because Asia regions, people might not put Asia regions inside their title. They will put all the company, the country names and things like that. So you just search in general, but you pick studies conducted in Asia.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than to put Asia in the keywords. Yeah. Okay.
Understand. Thank you.
Yeah. And also that concept like plant-based supplement, there's something that we have to be careful about. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Okay, Siti Saleha. Siti Saleha, what are the effects of clozapine or memory loss in Alzheimer's patients? It's okay. I mean, it's very narrow. This is very, very narrow. Okay. You could.
We need to abroad it more.
Can I remove just Alzheimer's disease, not patients?
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I want to make it broader because this could be conducted in animal as well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. If we're talking about scoping, we want to be a bit broad, because if you are doing this, people will ask you to go for systematic. If you are just doing human studies, why don't you just go for humans? Just go for a systematic review or even meta-analysis. Okay.
Right. All right. Okay.
Any more titles? If not, we'll proceed with the second steps. Okay, I hope the comments are useful, but really I'm not the expert in your field. For the students, you need to discuss back the research questions with your respective supervisors, and for the other researcher, maybe you want to discuss it with your teammate as well. Okay. I hope you're looking at full screen now. So step 2 is to identify the relevant studies, and this step is actually very similar to systematic review. So we want to determine the keyword for research, understand the use of Boolean operators, what databases are you using, and demonstrate the skills to use databases to perform research. So this step again is similar to systematic review. We are doing comprehensive search using mainly the electronic databases and reference lists. Nowadays, we don't really hand search key journals, but if some of you are using gray leeches, you are using, for example, recommendations of using seatbelt, you have to look through the announcements or the policies put forward by authority. Then maybe those kind of search would not, you may not be able to use to identify the relevant policy papers through the standard scientific databases. You have to search elsewhere. Okay. So first thing for the student, this is for the students. I hope you understand between what is databases and what is publisher website. Databases are like Google or like Yahoo or Bing search, but we have databases just curated for scientific papers, and those are PubMed, MedLife, Scopus, Web of Science, and DOAJ, and things like that. These are the Yahoo and Google for scholarly paper or scientific papers. Publisher websites only host a collection of journals published by a single publisher. So if you search in Science Direct, Sage, Whaley, Springer, Nature, Biomed Central, if you search in their website, you only get article published in the journal curated by that publisher. You will not get anything outside of that publisher. So the search result could be very limited in publisher website. So if you were to search, use databases, PubMed, Scopus, or Science, I do not put Google Scholar here because most of the databases I listed here have how do I say, quality assurance, whereby they only index legit journals, not predatory journals. So the journal have to fulfill a certain standard before they can be incorporated into the website or indexed by the databases such as PubMed, Scopus, or Web of Science. But for Google Scholar, there's no disk filtering system. So there's a lot of bad studies, bad journal being indexed in Google Scholar. That's why I don't really recommend my students use Google Scholar. But again, access to full text depends on the university subscription. You may be able to use Scopus and a website if your university are subscribed to it. If your university do not subscribe to Scopus or website, then you can use PubMed is free, of course. DOAJ is also free. So for the students, just to assure you, will you do your literature search in databases or publisher website? Students? For the students, the master and PhD students who are here, which will you use? Which website will you use? Databases. I go for databases. Okay. If I'm a reviewer of a scoping review or systematic review and see the publisher websites being used, like Science Direct being used or Whaley's being used, I'll probably ask, can we do the search again? So next we have to define your keyword search term accurately. We have to identify some key concept from your research questions, and then identify the synonym of it, and then combine the how do I say, this concept into a search string. Okay, just a moment. So it would be a bit difficult for me to just tell you things, but I think it's best if I can just show you. You're looking at my PubMed, right? So let's do one of the, how do I say, one of the title just now. Let's get easier title just now. Let's do air pollutions and maybe respiratory diseases. Okay, first thing, if you look at the title, what's the burden of air pollutions of diseases in Malaysia? There are a few key concepts. First key concept is air pollution. Okay, air pollutions, because it is a phrase, this usually appear as such in the title or the abstract. I will put a quotation, opening and closing quotation mark to frame this phrase, because it will appear as such. I want the exact phrase appear in my how do I say, in my title, in the article that I search later. Remember, there are three key concepts. Frame each of the key concepts using a bracket, and between the key concept put an N, all capitalized. Okay, so the first concept is air pollutions. The second concept is I'll go to the third concept. Third concept is just Malaysia. The second concept is respiratory diseases. Is there any other keyword that's related to respiratory?
Pulmonary.
Pulmonary, you're correct. Is there anything else? Airway. Anything else? Maybe lung, I don't know. You might want to include asthma or bronchitis. Okay. So there may be many words that can define that concept. Respiratory diseases. So all the synonym has to be identified and put inside the bracket. All these synonyms are linked by the Boolean operators or, and that word has to be spelled capitalized. If you do not capitalize that word, it will be not seen as a command in the search engine. Okay, all the N or all has to be typed capitalized so that it will be seen as command in the search engine. So again, I want to repeat, identify the concept in your title or research questions. Each research, each concept has to be framed by a bracket. In between the bracket, put an N, capitalized N, to link the different concepts. If you have many synonyms to define that concept, put all the synonyms inside that bracket and put the or capitalized to link each of the synonyms. Okay, everyone get that? And then you can start searching. Okay, maybe because we defined it in Malaysia, there are not many studies in Malaysia. Okay, this one potential studies. This one may be done in Malaysia. The authors are all Malaysians, Malaysia respiratory infections. Chemical exposure. Yeah, this is probably the Johor Bahru incidents. Office dust. Okay, also consider air pollution. Okay, there's a lot lah. There's quite a number actually. Yeah, true. There are different type of air pollutions. Office dust, chemical air pollutions, traffic air pollutions, and things like that. Yeah, there are many. Who is doing this air pollution title just now?
It's me, Hafiza.
Yeah, is this what you are looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you restrict to air pollution per se lah. Yeah.
I think I can narrow down to ambient air pollution probably.
Yeah, but within that air pollution itself, the synonym, a related concept that you want to use, you have to define. I mean, whatever that we put it up here is just example of what we can think of. We probably can think of other synonym as well, and sambung the or, won't get this or something. Yeah. Okay. Of course, if you remove Malaysia from the equations, just two concept air pollutions and respiratory diseases, you get a lot, 18,000.
But doctor,
Yeah.
we can like narrow down the years. Is it like what if we take like 10 years back?
What is the rationale of relimiting the thing to 10 years? You must have a good rationale. For example, just now the KAP study knowledge, attitude, and also practice studies we limit to 10 years because the attitude and perception will change with time. And maybe it's not necessary to know the perception 20 years ago or 10 years ago that will be outdated. For in your case, what is the good justification to limit itself to 10 years? Usually it's very hard to find justification for biomedical studies.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, the bracket is used when there is a multiple term in that concept. If there is no multiple term in the concept, you can remove the, how do I say? Remove the bracket also can. So the bracket, yes.
The apostrophe is only used.
Apostrophe is used when you want the exact phrase to appear in the title.
Okay, right. Thanks.
Yeah. So I want air pollution to be together. I don't want air something something pollution or pollution something air something like that. Yeah. I want the air pollution to appear exactly. Yeah. Anyone would like to? Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any maximum for this synonym?
There's no maximum for the synonym. The more you put, the more result that you get, more potential result that you get. It's just that try not to put redundant words inside the how do I say the search string, so that some of redundancy can limit your search. For example, just now what did I padam already, sorry. Air pollution.
Like in this case, Prof,
Yeah.
that is 86, right?
Yeah.
Is it good enough for the scoping review?
I think it's good enough.
Good enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we screen
Yeah.
the result, right?
Yeah. So in this term, I would think the word disease is redundant. You don't have to put disease in your search string, because these respiratory conditions, I mean, it can appear in multiple ways. Respiratory conditions, respiratory symptoms, respiratory diseases. It can appear in multiple forms. So if you only want respiratory diseases, it will limit the amount of search results. That's why just now I did not put disease inside the search term, just respiratory. Okay. So let's go back to the slide just now. So there's the common Boolean operators, and or not. The same set of operators is functional in Scopus or PubMed, even in WOS. Okay. So that basically tell you the functions of each of the Boolean operators. Basically, if you put an AND, A and B, you actually want the overlap, only the overlap. A or B, you want everything. A or B or C, overlap or no overlap. A not B, you want A without overlapping C part. Usually we don't really use not often in our search. In bracket, if you want something A and in bracket B or C, the search engine will process the things inside the bracket first before it combine with A. Okay, you don't really have to understand concept. You can understand what I told you just now in the PubMed search, then you don't really have to understand this. Some of special symbol, quotation mark, you are looking for the exact phrase, bond density. Okay, exact same phrase, not bond mineral density or bond whatever density. I just one bond density exactly appearing in the same sequence, nothing in between. Okay, sometimes we use truncations, Terra, and then a star. Then the search outcome could be therapy, therapies, therapists, or therapists. Okay, depending on where the truncation occurs. In some search engine alcohols, they have a wildcard, how do I say? wildcard symbol, but it's not commonly used. And in PubMed and Scopus, I think they can differentiate between, they can include the result of English and also UK, US and also UK spelling variants. So wildcard is not really necessary. But I think quotation mark and truncations are quite important for you to know. And also what the use of bracket. So apart from the traditional search from databases like PubMed and Scopus, you can, whatever result or search item, a final item that you read in detail, I recommend you to go through their reference list as well to see whether you miss out some reference or not. Okay, you can read some previous review on that topic to make sure that you get the full reference list. If you don't get a full, you can think about what are the terms that you have not included. Okay, and you can repair your search, improve your search string, and then redo the search again. You can read the studies that you have searched, that you have identified are relevant, and read it, their references, discussions, and look at the references they have cited. Read the list of studies that you have identified chronologically from the earliest to the latest, so that you can get a sense of the involvement of the literatures, okay? How the literature increases across time, because the later studies might have quoted all the earlier studies, right? So see the studies that have quoted, and you'll notice whether you have missed out some important references or not. For some of you who would like to engage or review policy papers, they are not available from PubMed, of course. They may not be available from PubMed, from Scopus or Science Direct. You have to go to a relevant agency and look out for their policy papers. Some of you may need to, how do I say, look at clinical, good clinical practice or guidelines that's available in KKM. Look at monograph thesis, project report, technical report, and published data. All these references are not available through traditional scientific platform, and that you have to find ways to, how do I say, to dig out these great literatures. Okay, you might need to contact relevant agency, university libraries, and researchers to get all these papers. Okay. Is there any questions regarding the search? Forming the search string?
Prof.
Yeah.
The mesh you mentioned in previous slide refer to the research string?
This one?
Yeah.
Let's go to mesh. This is actually a way to determine your synonyms actually. So if you are interested in using mesh, for example, I want to look at the synonym for osteoporosis. Just go to mesh, osteoporosis, click on the word. If your title, the word you search appear in mesh, then it's a valid word to be used in scientific research. It's a word that people use in scientific research. Okay, because you won't find things like nasi lemak. Of course, you won't appear in mesh. No result. Okay. So let's go to osteoporosis. You give a sense of the keyword that you use. Sometimes they are relevant, sometimes they are not relevant. Bone loss, okay, bone loss is related to osteoporosis. I'll put bone, I will select the word bone rather than bone loss because this is a word people may not use. From here, actually, the only synonym that I can get is actually bone, skeleton, and things like that. It may be useful to look at the keyword that people use in their article. So if you read certain article relevant to a topic, you look at that keywords. There's in the abstract, below abstract, there's a list of keywords, right? So look at the keywords that people use in the article, and that could be a source of the synonyms that you can identify. Previously, I asked people to look at mesh, but then sometimes mesh doesn't give us the how do I say, the keyword that we want. Yeah, attitude. Look at attitude. Yeah. Opinion, these are sentiments, opinion. Okay, there are some of things that we can use. Sometimes I find thesaurus will be a better source of synonyms. Yeah, because looking at attitude, there's a lot of synonyms that we can think of. Attitude, perceptions. What else? If you want to talk about attitude.
Character.
Not really character. Attitude on something. Sikap on something. Sometimes a traditional thesaurus will be more useful if you want to identify synonyms. Or else just look at the keywords of similar articles. What kind of words do they use? It is good also. That's why I say sometimes scoping review or system review is better to do it in a group of people, so you can actually brainstorm all these similar concepts in your synonyms in your concept. Brainstorm first before you even start searching.
Which research strain we should include in our final article?
Sorry, which research what?
Because when we try to search, we will have a lot of research string, right?
Yeah.
So which one will we include in our final article?
The string that actually key into PubMed just now. For example, just now I put in air pollution in bracket and a lot of things about respiratory diseases and leisure, right? Copy that thing, put it in the report, your final manuscript. These are the exact strings I use. So the reviewer, if he or she is interested, can just copy that string and put it into PubMed and see whether you are reporting it correctly or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah. If we put, let's say, just look at one result, one of the article. Let's say for this one, you can see the search string used. Without the, how do I say? Without the number 1 and number 2 lah. This is exactly the search string used. In bracket, osteoporosis, or bone, or fracture, or X-ray absorptiometry. And the second concept, air pollutions or particulate matters, or PM 2.5, PM 10. You're looking at an article, right? I hope you're looking at an article. So these are you looking at the PDF now? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is exactly the search string that we put into PubMed or Scopus. And this is exactly what I reported in the article. So people can simply just copy paste this into the search string and then repeat the search themselves. Okay. So this is one example of how the search is being reported lah. What are the electronics search engine that we are using? Okay.
Dr. Chen,
Yes. Yeah.
So you have several database, so you remove duplicates. What's your method using Excel?
We are going to talk about this later. The
Okay.
duplicate will be removed using EndNote. EndNote or Mendeley will be easier.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So for scoping review or systematic review, the databases should be more than two or more, sorry. Should be 2 or more. It cannot be single databases. Okay, that has to be very clear. As indicated in the Prisma checklist, scoping or systematic, the number of databases should be 2 or more. Okay, cannot be less than 2 or 1. Okay, very important for you to declare the period of search. Okay, this search was conducted from January to February. So if the reviewer review article in April or May 2021, and he repeated search, actually found more references than your findings, he or she cannot blame you because you performed the search earlier in the year. He performed the search in the mid-year, so of course there are more studies being published. You may be asked to update your search later during the revisions. Okay. So first search using database was used, and then the second search is actually we manually look at the additional references from the article that we include in this review. Okay. And we also attach the participant checklist in the article. Okay. Let's go back to the thing. So again, to identify synonyms, use thesaurus or mesh. Sometimes Google or PubMed could also provide you some ideas of similar terms that people use in the concept. Or you can scan the keyword used listed in the article, relevant articles. This is another example. Declare the time frame of search using which databases. There's only two here, databases, PubMed, Scopus. Search term, okay, selenium or selenite, whatever related, and osteosarcoma. Of course, if doing a search, we'll put a bracket here to frame the first concept, which is all the selenium related compound. We also look at the reference list of the research article. The others are the, how do I say, the criteria of search. We only want original research article, one English article, things like that. If you were to practice at this moment, actually we had already practiced that just now. If we did a quick practice on this title, what are the effects of tocotrienol on arthritis? What are the possible keywords? How do we combine using Boolean operators? And let's demonstrate using PubMed. Just remember the title. What are the effects of tocotrienol treatment on arthritis? PubMed, where's my PubMed? Sorry. So what is the concept in the title just now? Anyone? What is the key concept from the research question just now? What are the effects of tocotrienol on arthritis?
Tocotrienol?
The first concept will be tocotrienol. And then the second concept?
Arthritis.
Arthritis. What do you put between two concepts? And capitalize. Is there any other words for arthritis? Any synonyms for arthritis?
Joint disease.
Maybe joint. Yeah, maybe joint. Is there anything else? It is about
inflammation.
Yeah, could be inflammation, but inflammation would be too wide. It's very, very wide inflammation. I would not recommend that word.
Degenerative?
Degenerative is also too wide. Yeah.
Can we
Cartilage.
put like
Yeah.
joint inflammation as a word?
You can, but then again, you have joint pain, joint inflammations, joint swelling, everything related to joint, right? So I rather put just the word joint to include all the other phrases that I could not think of at this moment. Okay, so these are example. Arthritis, joint, cartilage, chondrocytes are all related terms on joint and arthritis. What do you put between two synonyms?
Or.
Or correct. All capitalized had to be capitalized.
Prof,
Yeah,
if your title just now has got treatment,
yeah.
should we put in treatment as a concept or just leave it open?
Leave it open, I would say, because people might, if you have to think of how people, when people write the article, would they put the word treatment there in the article title? They may not. If they do not put treatment, the title will still be valid. The effect of tocotrienol on arthritis in the animal model. Even without treatment, the title is still valid. So maybe treatment is not a necessary word. It's not a compulsory word.
Thank you, bro.
Okay. So I think you get it, you guys get it. Concept framed by, the concept is framed by bracket. In the bracket, list out all the synonyms. In between synonym, put or. In between two concepts, put an and. Okay, only 22 results. Quite a good word. It's enough actually if you want to critically analyze it and do a scoping. Yeah. My intern's writing it, so don't put this title with me. Okay. So yeah, this is an example. Okay, I think are you guys okay with it? You guys have a sense of familiarity on what to do with the search, where to search, how to search is okay now?
Okay.
Okay. So because due to time limitations, anyone, I think I won't do this because I already demonstrated one of the title, okay, on the air pollutions. Next, we go to study selections. So you need to screen your literature. Just now when you search, you already have 86 articles on the air pollutions and also respiratory diseases in Malaysia. So now you want to screen literature based on inclusion exclusion criteria. And this inclusion exclusion criteria have to be set, have to be determined before you start going through the articles one by one. Okay. Usually, some of the criteria that we applied, we only include original research article, only in a language that you can understand. But if you read other scoping review, people do include, how do I say, let's say policy papers, there's no original study. Reviews, other meta-analysis, other summary review, people do include that, depending on your objective of the studies. For example, just now on title, recommendations of seatbelt usage among pregnant women. So because you are talking about recommendations by authority, so you are not going to find original research. You are looking at policy papers. So what kind of paper to be included depending on the objective of that review. For most of the biomedical studies, we only include original research articles, only a language that you can understand, probably language in like English and Malay. Let's say you have, if you are doing something like just now, plant-based supplements among Asian populations, you might find a lot of studies published in Asian and also Malay or even Chinese. Okay. So you might have to consider those native language as well, because the title that you are looking at could be published in regional or local journals. So usually we include only to be on the safe side. We usually include article published in English only, English or Malay, or if you can speak Mandarin, English, Mandarin, also Malay. Study type, we try to be as inclusive as possible. Okay, so we will include all the cell culture, animals, and human studies, observation, interventionals. For some of you doing bioinformatics, for example, expression genes, things like that, sometimes computational and bioinformatics studies can be included as well. Okay, for those doing pharmacology, maybe you can include doctrine study as well. There's not in silico lines, in silico study predicting the ability of drugs to bind to certain targets, that could be included as well. Objective, After that, you can look at the objective of the studies you include. What are that depends on the objective of review. Does it align with the objective of your review? Okay, are you looking at the associations? Are you looking at the effect of intervention, things like that? Okay, look at the origin, look at the objective of the studies that you decide to include, whether it align with your objective of the review. Next, you have to look at whether the studies fit the, let's say you are doing certain, for some people, just now, you are doing gliomagenesis. So look at the disease model and cells used, whether it fit the disease that you are describing. In terms of populations, let's say if you include clinical studies, does it fit? Are there glioma subjects or are there other subjects before you decide to include their studies? Are you looking at interventions? For some of you looking at interventions, do you want to include single treatment, mixed regimens, or no treatment at all? Okay. Do you need a comparators? You need to compare something with the positive control. Okay. Outcome assess. What are the essential outcomes that need to be included by the studies that you want to include? Okay. So this will form your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay. Just to remember, your scoping review should be as inclusive as possible. Try to include multiple study types. And as you understand each other better, as you go through the list of each, you might apply changes to some of these criteria. Maybe because you think that the criteria could be too restrictive or too open. So you might want to adjust it so that you come to a scope feature that you can manage. For example, this is a review conducted by Dr. Wong, your moderator just now. So you can see some of the criteria. Dr. Wong only includes studies written in English or Mandarin. In this review, we focus on studies conducted in animals and also humans because we are doing metabolic syndrome. No, there's no cell culture model of metabolic syndrome, okay? In terms of objective for the origin studies that G decided to include, he only include studies that use vitamin C as a monotherapy or combined therapy. Okay, for the objective of the review, we only want studies that look at the association between C intake or circulating level with the risk of metabolic syndrome or the effect of vitamin C supplementations on metabolic syndrome. Okay. So this is how you word your inclusion and exclusion criteria in a methodology sections of the paper. Okay. Anything before we move on? Is there anything about inclusion and exclusion criteria? Okay. Yes, no? If no, then we'll proceed to the other sections. Study selections. Okay, now you have determined what are the studies you are going to include in your final review. So how do you screen them? You have to determine a mechanism to screen the study. Usually it involves more than one authors, because if just one author is a personal opinion, it might involve biases. Okay, so get more than two authors to screen the studies. And then you have to describe, if there's two authors involved in screening the studies, how do you resolve this discrepancy? Usually through discussion or with a third author. If there's a third author involved, usually we involve third author, so you can come up with a majority consensus. Usually in our lab, we have two modes of screening. Let's say if you want everyone to sit at their home and do the screening, then we'll provide each authors involved in screening the same list of features. We have consensus on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. We discuss the result of our screening. Okay, and this could be done through a Covidence website. I won't go in depth in the Confidence website. You can explore by at your own leisure. Basically, it is a website. You can upload all the title and screening criteria in that website, and each person can access the website and screen each of the studies. Click, okay? Click on the studies, whether you decide to include or exclude on their website. It's just a platform called collaborations. It can be done manually as well. Sometimes we want to save time, so we adopt together mode. All the authors sit in front in the seminar room in front of a big screen, table out all the references, and then we vote on the spot to decide the paid article to be included or excluded based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So there are two modes here. You can do this. Individual mode, everyone stays at their home, get the same list, tick, decide which item you want to include, and then meet again and decide, discuss about the screening result, whether there's any discrepancy or not. Or everyone sit in front of the big screen, and then we project out the list of evidence that we have found, and then we vote on the spot whether we want to include or exclude the article. Remember, record the decision-making process in a Prisma flowchart. This is a Prisma flowchart that is applicable for systematic review and also scoping review. Okay, and you can download this flowchart from Prisma website, and you don't really have to exactly follow this format. You can delete some item as well. You can delete some of the boxes. It can be modified. Okay, this is an example of Prisma flowchart. You can see that the search was conducted on two search engines, PubMed and Scopus, and you get your individual result. Okay, result from each databases. And then you remove the duplicate. Okay, 524 and 424, you come out with almost over 700 lah. So, but only 533 is actually the unique number. Almost 200 are repeated title between Scopus and PubMed. Okay, so these 533 unique titles are subjected to title and abstract screening. So usually when we screen the title and abstract. We just look at the title or the abstract, we will know that this is something relevant to our topic of discussions or not. Okay. So you can see just by looking at the title and abstract, the author can remove 514 already, because these are not the type article they are looking for. They are not original. They are not related to the topic of discussions because of design or something like that. Okay. When you remove, you must also record down the reason of the removal and indicate a number. Okay. Not the type of study they want, 2, 3, 7. Not the design they want, how many. Okay. The numbers of exclusion based on the criteria must be detailed out. So since we removed already 154, only 19 is subjected to full text screening. You only read the full text of 19 articles. Okay. After reading the full text, you remove further 3 because of study design or because of redundant studies. Again, the number and the reason exclusions must be detailed out. Okay. Because there's only 3. Let's say you remove 10 here, then you have to mark the number here. Maybe 5 because of no comparator, 2 because of not the design you want, or others because of other criteria. From reference tracing, they add back 2 articles because they could not identify these two articles because missing out one of the important search term. So 2 were put back into the results. So you have the end result of 18 articles within full text and also included in the final reviews. Okay, so the screening process is documented in the Prisma flowchart, just as the systematic review. Okay, This is an example. Mama, how do we trace each of the article to be included and excluded? Yeah, you have many ways. You can put up the list articles in a flowchart, download all the article title in a Excel and send it to all the authors you want screening. Or you can download it, tabulate it in Word or Excel, and then put out in front of projector and everyone vote on that topic. But that's not the best way. Later on, I'm going to show you the best way using EndNote or Mendeley. Okay. This is another example, which is a reasonable number of articles to be included. That again depends on the scope, how big you want to go. Okay. The reasonable number in our lab is between, let's say, more than 10 and less than 50. So that we can limit the scope of our review, because we don't want our students to spend all the time writing review. So we only want something that is not too big and not too small. If less than 10 or less than 5, maybe the field is immature yet, it's not mature yet. So we need more original studies instead of review, actually. If more than 50, it's actually a lot have been done on the topic. Probably there's a lot of review that has been written about the topic as well. And you don't want your students to spend all the time reading that 50 papers. That they ought to spend some time doing the review, the experiment, right? So more than 50 may be too much, okay? Unless you can get a group of students doing that. More than 50 is maybe too much for single students, yeah. This Prisma flow chart can be drawn using Excel. Just do boxes. Just draw boxes and arrows on Excel sheet. That's okay. Or you can download the original one from the Prisma website and fill up the boxes. Okay, so this is an example from my postdoc. So we search from 3 databases, remove duplicate 46, come off the final number 97. Something is missing here. Actually, how many are subject to full text screening, how much are subjected to abstract and title screening. It should be detailed here. Yeah, but anyway, exclusions and the reason of exclusion are being detailed out, and the final number included the same thing. Now, any other questions? Okay. Any more questions? Then we will talk about search management. This is where we will talk about how do we remove duplicate, how do we screen for title and things like that. I'm going to do this step, okay, using EndNote and Mendeley, but I cannot spend time teaching you how to use the basic function of Mendeley or EndNote. They are similar. They make your search management much more easier. Okay. Of course you can download all the title and then copy paste into Excel sheet or in Word table and then send it out for screening. But it is very tedious. It's very, very tedious. Okay. So in our lab, we find that using another EndNote will be easier. Do you guys know how to use EndNote and EndNote? Or have you been using Mendeley and EndNote?
Yes.
Yes, right? So how do we use these two software in terms of search management? So first thing, download the reference list from the databases as just found into the EndNote. Let's go back to department just now. Just now we have 23 references, right? Some of you will have the habit of, okay, I will just read from here. I want this, I don't want this, I want this. No, I don't want this, it's a review, I don't want this. Then I want, don't want this, I want this. Oh, this is a review, I don't want. Oh, this one I want. This one I don't want. This one I want. Then you download, right? Then you send to, then you download to your citation manager. Okay? Do not do this because if you only download everything that you have glance through at this moment, you might miss out something. Okay? So instead of picking from here, what you should do is actually just download everything. Send everything to your citation manager. All result. Create file. And then I usually put in my you will download and then open your EndNote. Create a new library.
Prof, we can't see your EndNotes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I will just share my entire screen. This is my EndNote basically. I just create a library. So my library is currently empty, devoid of everything. So just now I already download something, right? You just click the thing that you download. It will be import directly by the EndNote. Okay. So this thing is import directly into the EndNote. So before I do anything, chart that down somewhere. I have 23 results from PubMed because this will be used in your Prisma flow chart. Okay. And then we go to Scopus. Copy the same search string, put in Scopus, and search. You got 40 references here. Okay. Again, don't how do I say, select the literature that from here. Just export everything. Just export everything. Export. Again, it will be downloaded to your computer. Okay, remember to note down somewhere 40 for Scopus. You'll be used in your Prisma flowchart later. And then click that, you'll be directly imported into your EndNote. So you have 63 total references here, 23 from PubMed, 40 from Scopus. They are bound to be duplicate. For example, can you find duplicate here just by one glance? Oh, sorry, yeah, duplicate here. Again, you see duplicate, right? Duplicate, duplicate. So how do you delete the duplicate? Now it's only 63. If you don't want to do it manually, you'll be okay. Sometimes you have hundreds and hundreds, 1,000 references combined. So to do it manually is a pain in the ass. Okay, so you are going to use functions in the EndNote. References. Where's the file duplicate already? File duplicates. You see EndNotes is either in library or in tool. Older versions of EndNote is under tool. Newer version of EndNote is under library. Find duplicate. So when you click here, EndNote will try to help to find the duplicated references between two databases or whatever you have imported here. So it will show you, these are duplicate. Which one you want to keep? You can keep just either one. Just keep this one, for example. Okay, these are duplicate. Keep one. Keep one. Keep one. Keep one. Keep one. Keep one. Just click until the end. Okay. So look at the final number. 11 have been thrown to trash, they are duplicate. 52 is a unique number. So your unique article is 52. Again, note down in your Prisma flowchart. But this process of removing duplicate using finding duplicate function in a node is not perfect. I would say it's not perfect. You say you some job, but then it's not perfect. What you can do is just glance through whether there are any more duplicate or not. Just glance through it manually to find whether there are duplicate references or not. Okay? We just glance through the thing. This is a duplicate, but the end node failed to find it. You see? So you just manually delete it. Or else, no, it's not. This is another duplicate, but end node fail to find it. You can remove. This is another duplicate, end node fail to find. There are 4 duplicates there, didn't manage to find. So you have, the unique number is actually 48 now. So 28 format for this corpus, unique number after removing duplicate is 48. The number of duplicate removed is 15. Okay, put this all note down this all informations in your Prisma flowchart. Now you are ready for screening. The end node have the title and also the abstract of the article. This is the title. If you look at how do I say? The right hand panel. You have the title of the article and you have the abstract. Okay, so you can usually use EndNote for the screening. You can, let's say we are in a together mode. I will just project this EndNote onto the big screen. And everyone sit in the seminar room and vote whether this article will be included or not. Before we start voting, I need to I need to decide on the, how do I say, inclusions and exclusion criteria. In EndNote or Mendeley, you are allowed to create group for this library. For example, in this group, I want to say included. These are in this box, I will put all the articles I decide to include. Okay, not this. And the following boxes, I'm going to put all my exclusion criteria. Not original article. Not English. Not related. For example, these are 3 major exclusion criteria. Okay. Maybe again, not tocotrienol. So 1 included and the others are all the exclusion criteria. Go back to the references. Okay. Look at the title. Okay, I'm looking for tocotrienol arthritis, right? Just this one is tocotrienol and bones and brain cancer cell. So it's not related. Click on the references. Look at on the title, you know it's not related. And then decide where you want to move these references to. For me, this is not related. I move it to the field of the box of not related. So it will be categorized. I think we look at the unfile. It's all references, right? Look at that. We'll go to unfile. So this one, palm tocotrienol, okay, tocotrienol, okay, red model osteoarthritis, okay, this is the one I want. move it to, where's my included actually? Now oh, sorry. Okay. I probably missed out the included thing. Add to included. Okay, this one, commune tocotrienol combinations in treatment of osteoarthritis. Okay. This is probably what I want. So I'll include this. And then how can chemically work as more differently in the body? So this is probably how do I say, a review. I'm not sure because apparently there's no abstract being included here. You can always go back to copy the title or DOI, go to the original website and see what is it actually. Okay, so this is more like a letter actually. It's just a letter. So this is not the type I want. Just put it is and not original. It's a letter. Okay. So do you have an idea how the screening is being conducted now?
Yes, very easy and
Very
fast.
easy, very systematic, right? Of course, I'm doing it myself in my own room. I'm just being alone in the room doing the screening. But you should do it more than one person, because there will be studies where you can't decide whether to include or not include, and you need the opinion of other people. You need to vote for other people as well. Okay. And sometimes when the abstract is not there, you are confused whether what kind of articles, ingredients or natural oral supplements and their role in treatment of osteoarthritis. No abstract, cannot be sure. You have to go back to the article and have a look. What is it actually? This is, okay. This is basically a review. This is a review. So go there, or it's a review. I don't want a review. Not original. Okay. When you finish tabulating it, all the number will appear here. And these are the number you put it into your Prisma flowchart. And this article selection process is considered being documented systematically. If you wrongly delete or wrongly remove article into the exclusion boxes, you can always go back. Just go back and say, this one is actually something I want. So I can delete it from, just put it into included first, and then delete it from here. Okay, you can always do that. Now it appears in included. So you can always go back and redo something if there's a mistake. Okay. So there's the advantage of screening the article using an EndNote software. That's why I promote the use of EndNote, not because I'm being paid, how do I say, the commissions by EndNote, but using EndNote is much faster. And the process is very systematic, is documented. And you can use a number here to be included in your Prisma flowchart. Okay. Let me go back to the slide. So that's basically what I want to tell you in this section. Download the reference list from databases and put it into EndNote. There will be duplicated references, and find the duplicates using EndNote functions, which I have demonstrated to you. Okay. So in older EndNote, there's an older version of EndNote, is under references, find duplicate. Okay. They'll alert you on duplicate and ask you which one do you want to keep. Keep one version, just keep one version. And create group based on your inclusions and also exclusion criteria. Go to the unfile, because here's all references. Go to the unfile and then move the individual references into the relevant group. whether you want to include it, you want to exclude it based on what criteria, okay? Move it to the relevant boxes. In the end, the left, I mean, if you have included boxes, then the included will be 10. And these are the number excluded based on various criteria. Okay, and you have to note down this number in your Prisma flow chart. So we have just performed this actually just now. Now we go to charting the data. So you have a number, let's say just now we have 10 articles they want to read, actually. Read and appraise. So how do we read? For the students, how do you read the article? Do you put it on your desktop, highlight it using PDF, read the PDF, highlight it, and then save it, move it to the next article, and read and highlight and move it to the next article? Is that what you do for the students? So sometimes it's what you do. When you read and move on to the next article, you forget what has been read in the first article. You move to the third one, you forget what have you read in the first and second one. So what I need to tell you is to create evidence table first. Create a table first before you start reading that 10 article you really need to read, okay? And as you read, move information from the article to the evidence table. So you can create an evidence table using Word, you can use Excel, you can use Google Doc or Google Sheets, okay? But if the table sometimes it grows too large, it's very difficult to scroll through. Sometimes I use Google Form, okay? To chart down all the things I want to chart down, to record, okay? So some items that could be included in your evidence table include authors years, okay? The interventions, if it's an intervention studies, the population characteristic, okay? Let's say it is a human studies. Sometimes you can note out the aim of study, but it's not very important. Methodology, study design, what are the instrument used. For example, just as someone want to use qualitative PCR. So it's quite important to note down the instrument use. The outcome measures, important findings. Sometimes we also have sometimes I also note down the limitations and novelty of the study as well. So this is an example of evidence table created using Google Sheet. Okay. So the advantage of using Google Sheet is that you can share it with your co-workers. You can edit this sheet simultaneously. But the con is that it gets very long sometimes. It's very wordy and very long. It's very hard to scroll through. Okay. You can see some of the items that I include in this evidence table. Author's years, title, easier for me to find by the studies, subject characteristic, because I'm doing a review on trial Alzheimer. So why is the trial assessment method is very important? Why is the Alzheimer assessment method is very important as well? And what are the major findings? When you transfer information from the PDF into your evidence table, it's very important for you to note that try to use your own word in transferring the data. Okay, try to use your own word in transferring the data, because later on you are going to draft your studies or draft your papers based on this table. You are not going to flip back the PDF. You are not going to flip back the PDF and write down your text. Okay, you are going to look at this table only. So it's very important when transferring the information, use your own words so you don't plagiarize the paper. So this example of Google Sheet that I use to note down my reading. Okay, so I'm writing a review on Pell syndrome or osteoporosis. One study is actually basically with authors and years. What is the study design? Is it cross-sectional? Is it case control? What is the subject characteristic? What is the bone health assessment method? Definition of MS Mendel syndrome, findings, and other notes mainly on limitations of the studies. So that this form can be shared with other co-authors as well, and you can draw the studies or transfer information simultaneously. Not simultaneously, but you can divide the job between you and your co-authors. And it's not too burdensome to scroll through. Okay, you just fill out the form and then submit. Another PDF comes, you fill out the form and then you submit. But the prerequisite of using this form is that you have to have a very clear idea what aspect are you looking at. Okay, what are the needed information you need so that you can create this form. After filling out this form and after collecting the data from all the studies, you can export. Okay, you can actually export the form. You can export the findings. So the all the responses in the form can be exported as in how do I say, in a Google Sheet form. And it's tabulated nicely. Okay, the studies are designed, subject characteristic, what assessment method, definition, MS, findings, and limitations. So you are going to write your article based on information contained in this how do I say, in this form. And this table can be published, can be included in your final scoping assembly review. So this example of the table that we published in our review. Okay. Sometimes it depends because your original table is very wordy. Okay. But when during publications, you need to reduce the word amount, reduce the wordiness of your table. For example, in this title, the findings are summarized in terms of numbers. Okay, because we want to know the numbers. It can be abbreviated using short forms. Okay, using abbreviation to summarize results. Okay, you see a lot equal, bigger than, smaller than signs. You can see, you summarize it into arrows because we only want to know the trend of changes, whether tocotrienol treatment reduce dyslipidemia or doesn't change dyslipidemia. Is it not study? Okay. So any how do I say, any questions regarding extracting data into evidence table? Because just now someone say how to extract data, right? So someone asked. So this is how we extract data, using tables or using forms. For those of you who are joining my next sessions, okay, for those of you who join both sections for the lecture and also the how do I say, presentations next time, this is a thing you need to prepare. Okay, if you are using how do I say, if you are using a desktop to view the presentation now, this is the time for you to become print screen, because this is the thing you need to present next week, whereby you need to prepare a PowerPoint. It is impossible for you to draft out a systematic review or scoping review within 1 week and ask you to present to me. That's impossible. I realize that. Okay. So what you need to do is actually present PowerPoint. Okay. In that PowerPoint, you need to present your research questions, your search string, all the keywords with the Boolean operators, the inclusion exclusion criteria, the database use, the search and screening result, summarize it, draft your Prisma flowchart. Okay. Propose your evidence table and summarize at least 1 or 2 studies into the evidence table, so we can have a look whether you've done it correctly. And let me know any issues encountered during the task, not using the task, during the task. Okay. Is that okay for those who are coming for next sessions? Okay, good. The 20
Okay.
people
Yes, we'll
joining us.
try.
Yeah.
Okay, doctor, yes.
This is the, I mean, I'm not asking you to write out the full scoping review, but this is at least the plan. Let me know your plan. Okay, so we can adjust your plan to before you even start writing or searching. Okay. Okay, if nothing, then we will go to the next step. The next step, I call it as optional step. Scoping review doesn't require you to do bias assessment. But what if the reviewer asks you to do? Sometimes we don't refuse the request of the reviewer. Okay, if we are being asked to do something, we usually will do it. Okay, although it's not required, but we will have to do it if people ask us to do. But to do bias assessment, you need to understand what is bias. Okay, and understand the use of certain appraiser tool to do bias assessment, and to select appropriate tool to appraise article. I won't dwell on this for long because it's optional step. Okay, bias is something that cause our findings deviate from the truth. Okay, it could be intentional or unintentional. It's not random error. It's not because of random error. And bias can occur during data collection, analysis, reporting, and publications. What are considered bias? For example, lack of randomizations in any human studies, using unrepresentative samples. Okay, you are talking about Mon Health in Malaysia, but you sample only Klang Valley, so this is unrepresentative samples. When a disease is hard to diagnose, there's a very high risk of misdiagnosis or misclassifications. There might be certain interests of the authors. Let's say the authors have strong commercial interests that could cause bias to the reporting as well, analysis. So a lot of things could happen. So what if you're asked to do a bias assessment? What are the tools you can use to do bias assessments? You can go to this website. There are a lot of tools available. Okay, this is a JBI website. And you have a checklist for bias for all kinds of studies: concessional, case control, case report, case series, cohort, diagnostic test, qualitative test, everything. Okay. Select the most appropriate tool for your studies. Okay. If you have no idea what is this is an example of checklist for RCT studies. Okay, this is a checklist. If you are not sure about what does it mean by the sentences, actually a comprehensive explanation is provided for that questions. What are you actually evaluating? Okay, and you can tick the boxes to decide whether it is high in bias or not. Okay, so I leave it to you to go through the checklist because it's not necessary steps in scoping review. But this thing could be useful when you're doing systematic review and when you're selecting the best evidence to be included in your systematic review. In a systematic review, your evaluation of biases is summarized in this form. Okay, the studies, the criteria, whether it's low risk or high risk or unclear. But to what extent a study is classified as low risk and to be included into your review, that is based on consensus. There's no straightforward answer. It's based on consensus. Okay. You can read and revisit. You can revisit this checklist later. Okay, at your own leisure. Now we'll talk about collecting, summarizing, and reporting the studies. Now that you have created your evidence table that summarize the 10 studies to be included in your article, before you even trying to summarize it in text, what you should do is read through your completed evidence table, that table containing all the 10 studies, and try to see whether you see a pattern or not from for all the 10 study or 20 or 30 studies summarized. How would you categorize them? Okay. So usually, for example, for biomedical studies, for example, let's say the function of gene in gliomagenesis. The first thing I will do is actually I'll categorize studies into cell culture studies, humans, animal studies, or human studies. This is usually the first thing I would do. After that, within each study type, the human study, of course, can be divided based on, let's say, case control studies, cross-section studies, or clinical trial. And from there, within each study type, I'll reorganize the study to positive relationship or with good effect, negative relationship or with negative effect, or no effect or no relationship at all. Okay? And that itself give you an idea how you want to structure article later. Okay? So you can color code each row based on certain criteria. But for me, it's the study type, the study design. Is it animal, human, or cell? And then rearrange the row to group similar studies together. All the cell together, all the animal studies together, all the human studies together. Sometimes if it's very large, I'll break the table into several sheets because you're using Excel sheet, right? So you can break it into several sheets. One sheet on animal studies, one sheet on animals, one sheet on cells, one sheet on humans. And then rearrange them again based on the outcome. With a good positive outcome, negative outcome, no relationship, no effect at all. And how you want to tabulate from there, how you want to tabulate is up to you. Okay, depending on how you want to tell the story. There are some suggestions, but it depends on how do I say? It depends on how you want to tell the story. Chronological order is something that's less useful because chronological order is you tell from the first study until the last study, the last study in the chronological order. This is only useful when you want to inform the emergence of field until the latest development, the historical perspective of the field. If you are not talking about historical perspective, it's not useful because it doesn't give much insight to your readers. Usually we are telling it based on empirical evidence. In such and such studies, it gives a good way. It gives a good, how do I say? It gives a positive effect. In such studies, it gets a negative effect. And in certain studies, don't give any effect at all. Okay, this is based on empirical evidence. Sometimes you may want to structure your studies apart from look at the outcome. You might structure it based on the parameters. Okay, for biomedical studies, for example, if I look at bone health, sometimes I look at bone mineral density, sometimes I look at bone remodeling markers, sometimes I look at the fracture risk. So I might want to structure my content based on the parameters. Bone mineral density, I want to talk about everything about bone mineral density in these sections. I want to talk about everything about bone remodeling markers in these sections. I want to talk about fracture risk in these sections. That could be methodological. It could be theoretical. Sometimes we want to talk about mechanism of actions. Okay, for example, how tocotrienol can influence bone health. It's based on certain mechanism because of it is antioxidants, because it's anti-inflammations, because it is a regulator of WNT signaling pathway. So these are based on theory of its mechanisms. So how you want to structure your content is actually based on how you want to tell a story. There's no fixed way of telling the stories. It depends on the subject of interest. It also might tie in with your sub-research questions. Okay. So this example of biomedical studies divide into cell culture, animal, humans. Human study, of course, can be divided into several subtypes: case controls, cross-sectional perspective, or randomized RCT. And within sections, we divide according to positive, negative, and non-significant results. What is the example? Okay. So this is just to show you, this is a pre-arranged evidence table where I have already, these are human studies. I split the findings into several tabs. These are studies that show a good effect, studies that show nothing, no effect, studies that show bad effect. Okay. And then I think this is a very, this is maybe, actually no, I actually preset it as a human, animal, and cell culture studies, break into 3 sheets. And then I rearrange into, everything into good effect, not no effect, and also bad effect. You need to sort it. Basically, you need to sort it based on your storyline. Example of how we arrange content in this instances. We are reviewing the relationship between circulating and stored inflammations in man. We sort it based on the outcome first: positive effect, negative effect, and no effect. And then within each outcome, the animal studies, human study, and short summarize outcome. In this review, we are reviewing the mechanisms of vitamin A as a bone protective agents. And then this is purely based on the mechanism that we review. This is tocotrienol on bone, and we arrange it based on 2 things. First thing is based on the methodology we use, okay, which parameters, and we summarize outcome. And then the second part is based on theory and mechanisms and summarize outcome. So in terms of content arrangement, it's quite varied. I can't decide for you how you want to tell a story, but these are some of the references. You can also flip through some of the review and see how people can relate the references. So before we move on to the last sections, Fazila asks, do we need to commonly register the review protocol for scoping under Prospero? Can we publish the protocol as we do for synthetic review? You can. Some of the journal actually require the scoping review or synthetic review to be registered first under Prospero before it can be published as a scoping article or review article, depending on the journal that you intend to submit. Okay, so look at your journal interest first. What is the requirement of a scoping review or systematic review? Does it require pre-registrations? If it doesn't require pre-registrations, then you don't need to register. If it requires registrations, now Prospero doesn't allow. You finish a review, then you register. This is not allowed. You need to register first before you do the review. Okay? So be careful with that. So can we publish a protocol as we do for systematic review? Yes, there are some, how do I say? There are some journals that actually publish protocol systematic review. You can do that. You can do that. But after it's published, then you strictly follow the protocol, and you're encouraged to actually publish the result in the same journal as well. It's easier. Okay. Next is consultation. Sometimes you want to consult experts or stakeholders, practitioners, or consumers about your review. This is mainly for discussions because their point of view can be included in the discussions. It will make a review more realistic and useful, and it can be made into a perspective sections whereby you can voice your opinion, the concern of stakeholder, practitioners, and consumers into in your discussion sections. So these are some of the essential guidelines, essential components in scoping review as outlined by JBI Institute. Okay, the title should be clear. Authors, executive summary, background objective, inclusion and exclusion criteria, search strategy, extraction of result, how do we perform it, presentation of result and conclusions. Okay. In terms of main body, oh yeah, this is just now. Result, discussions, conclusion, and methods. When drafting your review, this is most mainly on the drafting the review. In the introductions, usually we define the problem and its impact on the society. One point is one paragraph. And the previous approach to counter the problem, a rational for scoping review, the objective review, and potential impact summary of findings. These two can be combined to one paragraph. Usually, the introductions for reviews, scoping systematic review, or even origin research article. For my lab, I would like the introduction to be a bit short, mostly about 1.5 page will be enough. At most 1.5 page. In terms of methods, you talk about the literature search strategy, databases used, and search string use. The site selection criteria based on inclusion and exclusions criteria. The data management plan, what you use and not for reference management and to remove duplicate. How many levels of screening that you adopted? Usually you start from title abstract first, and then you go to the full text screening. Who are involved in the screening? You maybe have to name the authors involved, maybe two, and when there are disagreement, how do you resolve the disagreement? Data abstractions, who are responsible for the data abstractions, who are involved, and whether you perform quality assessment, and this is optional in scoping review. One of these questions, you'll get the slide presentations. So in terms of result, tabulate the search result in numbers. So we found 500 unique items. Only 20 are subjected to full text screening. The rest are excluded based on certain reasons. Okay. Give a summary of the study characteristics. What are the type of study? What is the study type? Population sample, methodology, intervention use, and how it can sort divided into teams. Summarize the study findings. Again, can be divided into teams as well, but try not to list the study one by one. Okay, don't try to study researcher A do this and this and found this. Researcher B do this and this and found this. Researcher C do this and this and found this. This kind of writing is not encouraged. Discussions. How do you write discussions? Mostly, we start off with a brief summary of what had been found as a first paragraph of discussions, and then discuss the result thematically. Either it could be a mechanism of actions or actions or interventions. And then give your own perspective on research gap and future development of the field. This is very important. What is still lacking? You have to look at the field in general, right? So what is still lacking in terms of the research field? You should propose. And what should the future researcher do about it? And then next, you might have to review about the limitation of the current review. Maybe this review haven't considered non-English articles. This review only considered about human study, only RCT trials and things like that. And how does the finding of this review can be translated to clinical findings? That can be considered as well to discuss in the discussions. So in terms of conclusion, summarize the findings, state the implication of the reviews, and give recommendations to the readers. Yeah, this is actually basically what I want to discuss with you today. And now we are at 12:22. Is there any questions? Any questions regarding the materials that we have gone through just now? Any question for the audience?
No, for me, Prof, very clear.
No problem. No problem. Clear, or are you already lost somewhere? Do you find the step easy to follow and useful?
Yes.
Yeah, even for those, I think some of the participants may have learned about how do I say, systematic review, right? How to do a systematic review. You can apply the same, some of the tips here into your systematic review as well.
Prof,
Yeah.
I missed the question on the Prospero. Do we need to apa?
You can register if you want to
Register, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on where you want to submit actually. When you write a article, you should have a clear, how do I say, clear goal where it should go to. And then you go to that journal, look whether whether it is compulsory for you to pre-register your protocol in Prospero first before you submit the final review. Okay. Some of the journal will require to pre-register first. And now in Prospero, they don't allow post, you finish a review, then you register. That is not allowed. You have to finish the protocol, upload in Prospero first before you start the review process.
Okay.
Yeah.
For example, Prof, like we've already like gone through the registration under even Cochrane, and we found a topic similar to ours, but it's
Okay.
not published yet. Can we still register? It has been there for like 3, 4
Forever.
years, and it has not been
Yeah.
published.
Yeah. I think why not just try it? Just try to register again.
All right then.
Yeah. And the whether you can publish a protocol as an article, we tried that before. Yeah, I think you can try that. You can try if you want to. Malex asks, is it true that narrative review is becoming unpopular and journals are reluctant to accept it? It is partly true. It is partly true that narrative review, if you submit to a journal, and you yourself, the first author is a student, some journal or some reviewer might be quite reluctant to accept it. Because people, when you submit a narrative review, a reviewer can search your credential first. And if the main writer is a student, he will not have the credential. He will not have the background publication to support himself as expert writers in that topic. Nowadays, most of narrative review is reserved for expert in the field because readers trust the expert in the field will select the best evidence to be included in the narrative review. But if you're not an expert writing that, people cannot trust the article that you included in your narrative review. But that is subjected to, how do I say, subject to different journal. Some journal will casually accept any article submitted to them. There's no such restrictions. Yeah. But apart from journal, you have to be careful the reviewer as well, because the reviewer are expert. They might question you, why do you pick this article to be included? Why do you don't pick that? They'll question why you choose certain articles. So nowadays, even if I'm writing a narrative review article, I'll include a short segment telling how do I search for the information. Just a very short article, not as comprehensive as the scoping or systematic review article. Just to how do I say, persuade the reviewer and the reader that although I'm writing as non-expert, but this is how I search. You don't believe me, you can search. Any more questions? Dr. Ilham asked whether scoping review better or systematic review better. Actually, it depends on the question you're asking, the research question you're asking. If you have, I'm having a fire drill here, so I'm very noisy. So I hope you can still hear me. The alarm is ringing.
We can hear you fine. We didn't hear the alarm at all.
Oh, okay, that's good. I hope that don't ask me to go downstairs now. But it's casual, the alarm is malfunctioning all the time. It depends on the research question you're asking. So if you have a very clear research question that demand an answer, demand a clear answer, and you are summarizing a rather homogeneous type of studies, maybe systematic review is better. Just now, let me just go back to some of the title you proposed just now. These are some of the title you proposed just now. It's not here. Yeah. Someone proposed the title on the effect of donazepam on memory loss among Alzheimer patients. Okay, I forgot who proposed that questions. If you are only summarizing RCT results, with a very homogeneous outcome and homogeneous study design, that donazepam research questions, I think it's better to be written as a systematic review rather than a scoping review. Because at the end, you can get a rather homogeneous study type in your systematic review, and you can see the outcome rather clearly. You can answer the question rather clearly. A scope, if you want to modify that questions into a scoping review questions, will be what are the effect of donazepam on memory? Then you can include cell culture studies. Oh, no, not cell culture. The animal studies, human studies, RCT, and also observational. Could be observational as well as seeing the post-marketing surveillance of the donazepam user effect on their memory loss. What are the limitations that we encounter in writing a systematic review? First thing is, if during your search, it is common that students, they want to write something related to your thesis title, right? And they search the things related to your thesis title and found very limited evidence, less than 10. Because this is their thesis title, of course they are doing something new and people have not done it before. Of course, there will be limited evidence. Then it's not suitable for them to run a scoping review because there are so little studies that should do original user studies rather than writing a review articles. Other common things including sometimes review I will ask you to upgrade your scoping review to a systematic review during the revisions. Okay, they'll suggest that why not you go for systematic. Do a proper critical appraisal and upgrade your review to systematic. Then you have to find your justifications. Okay. Sometimes the review process drags too long. You do the research search in January, the review process was like July, August already. Sometimes you have to redo your search during the review process. Do we have to mention scoping review in the title? According to PRISMA guideline, you ought to. You have to mention it is scoping review in the title. But what we encounter is that sometimes journal asks us to drop the title scoping review. Because some journals say that we already indicated this is a review article in the category. So we don't encourage authors to mention the review articles, the word review in the title. So we just follow the editor or the reviewer request to drop the word scoping review. Yeah. Sometimes the journal say we don't actually have a section for scoping review. Can you drop the word scoping, just a review? Because they don't really have a in their guideline they actually don't accept a scoping review, but we just drop the word scoping, become a review. Yeah. Usually we just we try to fit the demands of the editors or the reviewers. The other change, we just change. Yeah. Any more questions? Do ask any burning question. You can mute yourself to ask, shout out a question as well. If you do not have question, let me show you another scoping review that we've done. This one. So this is a proper scoping review with the title scoping review written at the back. Okay. So basically, we are writing this review to state the role of healthcare providers in promoting HPV vaccines among homosexuals. Introductions. So the economic burdens of HPV. The dilemma or the problem in promoting HPV in critical population outside women, which is in homosexuals, and what are the current status quo in HPV uptake, and why do we need to do this review in the last paragraph. In the literature search, as you can see, we declare that this review is conducted according to PRISMA guideline for scoping review. And we attach the checklist as supplementary materials. Search was performed using PubMem's corpus. And search string use, as you see, this is the exact search string use I use in the databases. This is the period search during April. You don't have to give the exact date, just give a period. A month will do. Search frame from the intersections of the databases until the date of its search. No filter. In terms of criteria, we want original studies discussing the role of healthcare providers in promoting HPV vaccines uptake. We want the perceptions of both the patients and also the healthcare providers. We only want study involve male homosexuals. Article not written in English, not discussing the role of healthcare providers, not containing sub-analysis for homosexuals would not be included. We also don't want non-original research article. In terms of reference management, EndNote next time was used to organize literatures and detect duplications. These two authors in terms of screening and retrieving the full text. Discrepancy resolved by discussing with the third authors. Extraction performed by two authors as well. And the extracted data are years, study design, characteristic of studies, findings, and limitations. Before we look at the result, these are the PRISMA flowchart. Okay, quite blurry actually, not a very good image. And these are major findings from actually these are it's quite considered quite wordy but it is a combination of how do I say, qualitative and quantitative data. Some of the qualitative data are quite wordy, so it can't be avoided. Okay, these are the evidence table that's published alongside this article. So in terms of writing the results, first thing, as I mentioned to you, we tabulate the numbers. How many from PubMed, how many from Scopus, how many unique articles, how many are subjected to further evaluations, how many are ultimately being appraised, 24. And then describe, give an overview of the study. So all are cross-sectional studies. Okay. And then where are the sample collected from sexual health clinic, from university, from website, from Facebook. Okay, who are the healthcare providers studied? Where are these studies conducted? UK, USA, Canada, Australia. So what are the brief summary of the findings of all these studies? So it's a brief summary here. As you can see, we don't tell the studies one by one. Researcher A tell this, group B tell this, group C find this. No, we don't do that. It's a summary, it's impressions of the result. After you reading to all those 24 articles, what's your impression of the result? It's summarized here. Okay, there are two actually. This is about the patients. This is about the healthcare providers. Okay, it's about the healthcare providers. Again, you don't mention studies one by one. Okay, summarize it. Digest all 24 studies and what is the similarity between them. Tabulate the stories. You might be able to quote one or two significant studies. Okay, some of you might be able to mention one or two studies as an example, but don't do this for all studies. Okay, for example, I quote a few examples here. Individual study that I quote, I explain in detail in the UK and the USA. And then discussions, as I mentioned to you, the first paragraph is a summary of the findings. Okay. And then discuss what's needed to be discussed. I can't actually tell you what's to be discussed because it depends on your findings. Okay. So what we do, knowing that vaccine is important, what we should do. Knowing that healthcare providers are very important in promoting vaccine uptake, what we should do. Okay. What are the challenges? These are discussion about the findings. These are limitations in the field. What are limitations? What are limitations that we see in the studies? Usually, the authors will have mentioned limitations in their own original research article already. Usually, it appears at the second last paragraph of the discussions. You can pick this limitation out, put it in your table, and summarize it in your discussion later. Okay. And the conclusions. Conclusions should have at least two sections. One is a summary of the findings. The second is actually the recommendation you give to the readers. Okay. So this is generally the basic structure of the scoping review. Yeah, yes.
Nak tanya dekat figure 1 lah for this paper.
Yeah.
Dekat figure 1 tu you have the records added from reference tracing.
Yeah.
So how that part being included?
Okay. So I read that 17 article. I read also the introduction and discussion of that 17 article. As I read, I realized that there's some study that's not inside my 17 article.
Okay.
That's why I picked this reference out and then put it back.
So it's manually?
It's manual. It's manual. Yeah. Any more questions? We have around 50 minutes our sessions. What I can do is that think about I really need a toilet break right now. Actually, let me go to the toilet for 3 minutes. Use these 3 minutes to think about anything you want to ask me. I'll come back in 3 minutes time and I'll answer your questions. Okay. So just give me 3 minutes to the toilet. So I'm back. So I'm back. Do anyone of you have further questions? You can ask me anything about scoping review. You can ask me anything about writing a publication also in general. Is there anything I can help you with writing a publication in general as well?
Chin,
Yes.
what is your practice in trying to get the journals, the appropriate journals for you to publish? Do you look for open access? How do you approach that?
We selecting journals for publication is actually there's a lot of considerations. Okay, so if you allow me, I would like to show you one thing. Yeah, I do have. Yeah, it's a complicated process. I do have one slide about that. I want to show you. Just a moment now. It is I can't really find the PowerPoint at this moment. But anyway, it is a combination of a few things. It is the speed, it is the financial support from the institutions, it is the impact factor, it is your KPI. So first, you have to understand the KPI set by your institutions. For UCAM, we are now gearing towards WOS in general. We are not even looking at Scopus. So we try to submit as possible. I mean, not as much as possible. We will submit to WOS journal as much as possible. Okay. If not, then we will go to Scopus. So a lot of time we are forced to publish fast. Okay, because we need to have the KPI of 4 papers a year. So speed is a consideration. And if we are talking about speed, open access publish a lot faster. So if there's institutional support given, we will go to open access with institutional support. So for UCAM, not for UCAM, for our faculty, we do give financial support for Q1 and Q2 papers. Okay, so we will try to push our papers to Q1 and Q2 open access, and our faculty will sponsor at least 10K for the IPC publication fee. That is if the fee, if the funding has not diminished yet. So a lot come to play. Sometimes when we encounter a journal which accept review papers, but Q3, so we can't go there. It's open access Q3. It charges like 7K a papers. We can't go there because our support for Q3 papers is very little. Sometimes you go to a journal like Frontiers, it has a publication fee of 12K or 15K Malaysian ringgit. It's Q1 and Q2. We will still submit, but then we'll write a letter asking for discount, hoping that you'll give us reductions until 10K Malaysian ringgit. If it doesn't, we'll opt to withdraw and submit to a more affordable journals. So it is a combination of several factors. Speed is one thing. Your institutional KPI is one thing, and also the support given by institutional is one thing. Yeah, and that these few things interact together and then determine where we want to submit. And also, some of you are clinicians, right? Working in family medicine, public health. I think when you select your journal for submissions, Apart from going to directly journal of your own discipline, you can also opt for multidisciplinary journals, journals that publish a wider discipline of medical science in general. Journal like International Journal of Medical Sciences, Medicina. These are some of the journals that publish a wide variety of medical discipline, and sometimes they have a higher acceptance rate. And that is part of our consideration as well, the acceptance rate. Anything else? I found the how do I say, PowerPoint. Sorry, just now. If you don't mind, we have 10 minutes. Let me share you one PowerPoint that I shared with another department the other day. So selecting a journal for your own publications. So these are the factors I told you just now. It's about institution requirement where your university wants you to publish. It's related to indexing of a journal. Indexing is related to reputation of journals. Institution requirement also covers quantity that you need to publish one in a year, and that's related to speed of publications, which is related to model publication, open access, closed access, and open access involve IPC charges, and that involve whether your university provide you with fundings to pay for the article processing charges. We have to consider index of journal because this indexing is considered a white list. Okay, we know about the predatory journal list by Bell, right? So indexing of journal by WOS and by Scopus is actually a white list of journal. There's a reason why we want to consider indexing. To check indexing a journal, you can go to website like this, WOS master list or Scopus master list to check for indexing. So we have to avoid predatory journals because of there's no peer review or quality control, and they charge us for the publications. For potential predatory journal, you can go to Bell list to check whether it is listed as predatory or not. But you have to remember, Bell list is the opinion of a single librarian. Some of our favorite publisher like NDPI is here, is listed as Bell list in the Bell list as well. But after consulting with our Dean of Research, we agree that any journal that's indexed by WOS is not considered predatory. These are example of predatory journals. Their email is full colors, very childish arrangement, different fonts and different sentences. Okay, beware of that. Sometimes they claim impact factors, but you have to check. You have to check against WOS website. Okay. For students, you know that there are subscription open access journal. Open access usually publish fast, just that you need to pay lah. Most of the journal published by commercial entities in open access are paid journals. You need to pay. You have to check learn to see the speed of a journal processing by looking at some of the numbers here. For example, in these publications, look at the receive date. Receive date 21st April, revised date 28th May. So in just 1 month apart. In 1 month time, I have received the comment already and I submit the revisions. So this journal is very fast and published in June. Most of the journal will have state their receive date when they first receive submissions, acceptance date, which is 2 months apart, quite fast already. Okay. In this Frontier journal, April, August is 3 months apart. Not too fast, but then it's still within expectations. So Article processing charges apply to all open access journal, and this is the first thing you need to check when submitting to an open access journal. Important for all the students, if you want to submit to open access journal, check the APC first and ask whether your supervisor can afford it or your institution can afford it. Okay, so this kind of waiver are not really available for Malaysian authors. You need to ask for it. Okay. So sometimes for journal and DPI, when you peer review for them, you'll get discount voucher. One article like 100 USD or CHS, something like that, which you can apply to reduce your IPC charges. So this exercise I did for surgery department. Can you submit to this journal? It's a frontier in surgery. Look at the impact factor, 2.718. Not bad. It says that it is indexed in ESCI, ESIE, WOS. So you need to check this thing in WOS website. So it has publication charges of USD 2490. So we check the impact factor is Q2 surgery. So it's true that it's indexed by WOS with Q2. Now we need to check whether our UKM or our faculty can sponsor this amount. So we check with the office and says that the faculty medicine we need to sponsor up to 10K. And we check that this amount is not more than 10K. So we can submit to this journal. So when you want to submit a journal when you have no idea where to submit, so what will you do? Usually we recommend you to look for a journal you or your colleague are familiar with, okay? Or look for a journal that's reputable in your field. Or else you can look at references that you quote in the study, whether there are similar studies published in that particular journal. Or look at the references, see which journal you cite a lot, go to that journal. Or else you can use the journal finders. One of the journal finders here in the WOS master list website. Okay, so you can go to WOS master list website and then use a journal manuscript matcher service. Post your title and abstract here and find journals, and you can suggest the journal for you. You don't jump into the first one with a higher best score. Okay, you go to a journal, consider all the factors I tell you previously, and decide you want to submit or not. For example, now you are submitting a review article, right? Now you have a BMC Public Health appearing at the first match score. You have to go to BMC Public Health and see whether they accept review article or not. If not, you cannot submit. If it's too expensive, you cannot submit. If too slow, you don't want to submit as well. Okay, so there are a lot of factors to consider. This is from another manuscript matcher tool called Elsevier Journal Finder. In Elsevier Journal Finder, of course, it only consider all the journal in Science Direct. However, it gives you a sense of, information about acceptance rate. So you want to gamble on this 8% or not? Are you the top 8% manuscript submitted? That you have to look at your journals, your manuscript quality. And give the time of the first decision, 5 weeks is quite fast. And time to publish is 7 weeks. It's quite fast as well. Okay. But after talking about all these factors to be considered, one important factor that you have to consider is actually to benchmark your studies. Are your study novels? Is your study design without major flaw? Is a sample that you recruited representative of the actual populations? Are there major limitations in the study? That determine where you can submit, whether how high you can go, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Okay, and that is the major determinant of where you can submit actually. Okay, that's all I want to tell you about journal submissions. I hope it's useful. It's a bit out of topic, but I hope it's useful for you.
Very useful. Thank you, Dr. Chi.
Yeah. Now it's exactly 1 o'clock. Do anyone have any questions? If you don't have any question, you can ask me in the next sessions. If no, yeah, yes.
Prof. Chin,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I have a very, very noob question. Like
Yeah.
for the students, they always ask like, what is WOS, doctor? What is ES? Something they just like, they keep on asking lah.
Mm-hmm.
So macam, how do you differentiate between this ES and ESPI and ISI and WOS?
Okay, I have to share back
Is it one
the.
or the same?
Yeah, I would say they are one. WOS is a big umbrella actually. If you look at this is all the indexing service provided by WOS, which include ESIE, SSCI, and also ESCI, which we are familiar with. Okay, ESCI cover all the science journals. SSCI cover all the social science journal. These two, those journal indexed by ESIE and SSCI have impact factor, valid impact factor. Okay, ESCI for science, SSCI for social science. They are under WOS. ESCI is also under WOS. They are on the waiting list to be upgraded to ESCI, but they do not have impact factor. Okay, but all of these are under WOS. Does it make sense to you?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. So WOS is a big umbrella. So under its umbrella, there's many indexing services. The most that get attention is ESCI and SCI because it gives impact factor. And SCIE and also SSCI. ESCI doesn't have impact factor, but they're on the watch list to be upgraded.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if you publish the highest one is the SCIE and SSCI
Yeah,
lah,
if
because
you-
they have the impact
yeah.
factor.
Yeah.
But if you publish in ESCI and your faculty wants a WOS, already acceptable, right?
Yeah, it's WOS. It's considered WOS.
Okay, so
Yeah.
consider as WOS lah kan?
Yeah. But of course, this thing you have to clarify with your DVD research lah. Not me lah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. If there's no questions, then we are going to close the sessions. Yep. I think we can close now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Dr. Gap, for your informative talk and also your knowledge sharing. I'm sure that all the participants get a lot of information throughout this workshop today. And I'm sure that it is useful and it brings you not only just a step closer, but many steps closer to your successful writing and also your publications for scoping review. I think before we end our session today, let us on our video and take a picture as a record for your participations. So I hope everyone can just on your video. Okay, there's some more not yet on the video if possible. I hope everybody can on your video. So we have 2 pages here. All right, so all right, so I'll just proceed to take the photo. So first I just will pick for the first page. For a moment here. All right, so first page, smile everyone. Okay, I move on to the second page. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile everyone. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it comes to the end of the workshop today, and I would like to thank all the participants for your participations. So for those who joined the second session on 9 August, I think most of you has booked your slot, but if you haven't done it, so please go ahead and do so. But I think there's one participant that haven't do so. This is the updates in the morning. So if you haven't do so, please do it. If you have done so, so just ignore these messages given to you. So this for the informations, the workshop materials for today's session will be emailed to you, but please allow us to have a few days in order to generate the recordings, and also we compile the workshop materials to you. So allow us with maybe 2 to 3 working days in order to do so. Okay, I hope all of you not to leave the meeting first. I just would like to give you a link for the feedback form, and also to put in. Okay, so I put in a chat also, and I will share the screen. So you can either click in from the link in the chat, or you want to scan the QR code, that is also possible. Okay, so this is the QR code given to you, and just fill in the feedback form, and you will straight away receive the e-certificate in just a while. Okay, I think after you fill in this feedback form, you will definitely get the e-cert in just a short while. So I hope everyone can go ahead to do this. So after you have done this, it comes to the end for today's workshop, and I think you can log off or leave the session. Thank you very much for everyone. I think some of you still need the CPD point QR code, is it?
Yes, that is so fine.
Okay. Yes, just let me wait out. Just let me stop sharing for a while, because I cannot escape the PowerPoint. So if you need the QR code, so is it okay if I put it here? So the left-hand side will be the CPD point, and the right-hand side one will be the feedback form. So I will leave this slide until 1:20. I hope everyone can finish doing this in 10 minutes time, I hope.
I'll leave the meeting here, Supan.
Can, sure, no problem.
So who should I send the PowerPoint to?
I think you can either share. I think you can just send to Farhana and CC to me lah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you everyone. Bye.
Bye.